Someone just put in the Padlet, who's the bigger moron, Orpheus or Romeo? Discuss.
Based on my performance tonight, you're gonna have an answer.
It's definitely Romeo.
It's definitely Romeo.
Oh yeah. At least Orpheus really loves Eurydice. Romeo is just like sitting with any woman that gives him the kind of thing.
Interesting.
He wants to get Orpheus for the one job.
I feel like Romeo kind of gets a pass though, because like he's like supposed to be young, and like young people don't think too much.
How old is Orpheus supposed to
bad
be?
Information.
True. How old is Orpheus supposed to be?
Because if you're in ancient Greece, right, your life expectancy is what, like 26? So.
Like, can you fact check that?
Immortal?
Huh? What did you say?
He was immortal!
Oh, so he's just an idiot, is what I'm hearing.
Well, imagine if he died really young and then you're perpetually like 16.
No, don't
that
try
dumb
and
forever.
give him a
But
pass.
if you're immortal, then like, but like, if you're immortal, but like you still died really young, but like you're still immortal, you're still kind of like living. Like you're still living and learning, you're just not aging.
I don't know. Your brain isn't fully developed forever physically.
Hey everyone, despite the conversation about Orpheus and Eurydice, believe it or not, this is a reading for Romeo and Juliet, and it's also a fundraiser for Brittany Ramos DeBarros. Woo! And despite what my name says, my name is actually Alesha Borbo Kilayko. I use she, they pronouns. And this is going to be a sort of long intro, but I just want to make sure that everyone in the separate audiences knows what they're getting into. Okay, so we are a bunch of friends who came together to put on this reading. And all of us have different relationships with theater. Some of us are doing it as a career, and some of us are doing it for the first time in a long time. And all of us have different relationships with acting. Some of us do it as also their career and college major. And some of us only do it in Dungeons and Dragons. So there's just like different levels of performing, and all of it is celebrated because theater's not about being good. It's about telling stories. What else? So this is a reading. That means that we will be reading straight from the scripts. No one has this memorized. All of this is unrehearsed. There were almost no conversations with like scene partners and stuff about like, what should we be doing here? None of that. We're free balling, baby. It's very informal. You'll see folks eating and drinking water to take care of themselves, you know. And the actors we'll probably struggle with and stutter over and curse our way through the scripts and have no idea what we're saying because Shakespeare can be hard. And that's okay. Again, that's super celebrated. Think of it as like a really elevated first rehearsal in that we, the actors, don't know what we're saying, but it's designed and stuff. We have costumes and we have backgrounds to give you a sense of what's going on. And this is live digital theater, so it's very likely that you might see a cat in the background. You might hear a notification, probably Discord, or an ambulance. Maybe the internet will cut out for one of us. And if that happens, like if someone is saying their lines, Carol, our wonderful stage directions reader, will pick up for that person until they return. There might be generally technical difficulties, but we're just gonna roll with the punches because it's gonna be super chaotic and super fun and just a celebration of sorts. It's also interactive. Apparently, a lot of you have been filling out the Padlet form. I can't wait to read that at intermission because apparently it's a hoot and a half. And we also have a Zoom audience where they will be playing the roles of the chorus, the citizens, and the apothecary. And we are going to screen share those slides by the wonderful Jenny Ogasian, who is labeled as Montague right now. And we are going to ask you all to unmute so that you can read the lines. It's going to be a mess because it's going to be out of sync, and that's great. All of it's going to be read together except for the apothecary, who will read their lines as their singular person, and they will be randomly selected right before the reading starts. For the audience in the Zoom room, you will read whatever is in dark pink, and you'll be done reading when you see the drawn heart, because I put a heart there. Of course, consent is so important. If you do not feel comfortable performing or unmuting yourself, that's totally okay too. You don't have to participate if you don't want to. And this is a fundraiser. We are fundraising for Brittany Ramos DeBarros, and our wonderful Team Brittany representative Mindy is here supporting us and being generally wonderful. She will talk about Brittany more at the intermission and our post-show talkback. Brittany's wonderful and great. And for us to raise some funds to support Brittany's campaign, we have donation incentives. You can see them in the about pages of our chats. You can see them linked in our chat boxes. How that is going to work is you will go to Brittany's donation page and submit a donation. And this is based on an honor system. You will then type in chat your donation amount, what donation incentive you want, and who you want it to go to. So, for example, in chat, audience, you would type, I donated $17 for Juliet to dab, and then Juliet will dab. There you go. That was a freebie, and like, so that could keep on happening. And the other one could be, I donated $38 for Alesha to do the Macarena, which I'll do very happily if you donate $38, or any of that. You can name it by character, you can name it by person. Our tech people will be involved as well if they consent to it. In the event that we are receiving a lot of donations at one time, there's a possibility we won't get to it right away, but we will be working hard to make sure we get the donation incentive to us so that we can do the silly things we want to be doing. Before we go into selecting our final character, casting our final character, the apothecary, I would like to remind everyone to please look at the content warnings. Do what you got to do to take care of yourselves. If you have to leave the stream, if you have to mute the stream, theater is not more important than your health. So do what you gotta do to take care of yourself. With that said, let's go on and find out who's gonna be our final castmate. I made a fancy wheel for this situation. Here we go. Our apothecary is going to be Rose. Rose, I'm going to ask you to unmute real quick just to confirm if you feel comfortable being the apothecary. Rose, do you want to be the apothecary?
Oh yeah, I would love to be. Okay. Like it was unexpected, but it was fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. You will be speaking in the final. All right. So with our final character being cast, I believe it is finally time to start the reading. All right, let's go.
Prologue. Enter chorus.
To also like to dignity. In fair, oh my God. Where do we lay our scene? From ancient grudge, break to immunity, where civil blood,
Civil hands unclean.
Thank you.
From forth the fatal loins of these two foes, a pair of star-crossed lovers take their lot, whose misadventure piteous overthrows doth with their death bury their parents' strife. The fearful passage of their death-marked love, and the continuance of their parents' rage, which but their children's end not could remove, is now the 2 hours traffic of our stage, the which, if you with patient ears attend, what here shall miss, our toil shall strive to mend.
Chorus exits. Can you all hear me? Is it working? Wait, can you hear me? Chorus exit. Act 1, Scene 1. Verona, a public place. Enter Sampson and Gregory with swords and bucklers of the house of Capulet.
I strike quickly, being moved.
But thou art not quickly moved to strike.
A dog of the house of Montague moves me.
To move is to stir, and to be valiant is to stand. Therefore, if thou art moved, thou runnest away.
A dog of that house shall move me to stand. I will take the wall of any man or maid of Montague's.
The quarrel is between our masters and us, their men.
'Tis all one.
Draw thy tool. Here comes the house of Montague.
Enter Abram.
My naked weapon is out. Quarrel, I will back thee.
How? Turn thy back and run?
Fear me not.
No, Mary, I fear thee.
Let us take the law of our sides. Let them begin.
I will frown as I pass by, and let them take it as they list.
Nay, as they dare, I will bite my thumb at them, which is to disagree to them if they bear it.
Do you
Bites his thumb.
do you bite your thumb at us, sir?
Is the law of our side if I say A? No, sir, I do not bite my thumb at you, sir, but I bite my thumb, sir.
Do you quarrel, sir?
Quarrel, sir? No, sir.
But if you do, sir, I am for you. I serve as a good man as you do.
No better.
Well, sir.
Enter Benvolio.
Say better.
Yes, better, sir.
You lie.
Draw if you be men. Gregory, remember thy washing blow.
They fight. Benvolio drawing his sword.
Hark, fools! Put up your swords, you know not what you do.
Enter Tybalt, drawing his sword.
What art thou drawn among these heartless hinds? Turn thee, Benvolio. Look upon thy death.
I do but keep the peace. Put up thy sword or manage it to part these men with me.
They fight. Enter citizens with clubs or partisans.
Clubs, bills,
and partisans.
Strike.
Beat them down.
Down with
the Capulets. Down with the Montagues.
Enter old Capulet in his gown and his wife.
What noise is this? Give me my sword, ho.
A crutch, a crutch. Why call you for a sword?
Enter old Montague and his wife.
My sword, I say. Old Montague has come and flourishes his blade in spite of me.
Thou villain Capulet, hold me not, let me go.
Thou shalt not stir 1 foot to seek a foe.
Enter Prince Aeschylus with his train.
Oh, rebellious subjects, enemies to peace, profaners of this neighbor standstill, will they not hear? What ho, you men, you beasts that quench the fire of your pernicious rage? On pain of torture, those from bloody hands throw your mistempered weapons to the ground and hear the sentence of your moved prince. 3 civil brawls, bred of an airy word, by thee, old Capulet, and also old Montague, have thrice disturbed the quiet of our streets and made Verona's ancient citizens, cast by their grave beseeming ornaments, to wield old partisans in hands as old, cankered with peace, to part your cankered hate. If you ever disturb our streets again, your lives shall pay the forfeit of the peace. For this time, all the rest depart away. You, Capulet, you'll go along with me, and Montague, come you this afternoon to know our farther pleasure in this case. To Old Freetown, our common judgment place. Once more, on pain of death, everybody depart.
All but Montague, Lady Montague, and Benvolio exit.
Who set this ancient quarrel new approach? Speak, nephew. Where were you when it began?
Here were the servants of your adversary, and yours close fighting ear I did approach. I drew to part them. In the instant came the fiery Tybalt with his sword prepared, which, as he breathed defiance to my ears, he swung about his head and cut the winds, who, nothing hearth withal, hissed him in scorn. While we were interchanging thrusts and blows, came more and fought on part and part, till the prince came, who parted either part.
Oh, where is Romeo? Saw you him today? Right glad I am he was not at this fray.
Madam, an hour before the worshipped sun peered forth from the golden window of the east, a troubled mind drove me to walk abroad, so early walking did I see your son. Towards him I made, but he was ware of me, and stole into the covert of the wood. I, measuring his affections by my own, pursued my humor, not pursuing his, and gladly shunned he who gladly fled from me.
Many a morning hath he there been seen, with tears augmenting the fresh morning's dew, adding to clouds more clouds with his deep sighs. But also soon as the all-cheering sun should in the farthest east begin to draw the shady curtains from Aurora's bed, away from light steals home my heavy son, and private in his chamber pens himself, shuts up his windows, locks fair daylight out, himself an artificial night. Black importus must this humor prove, unless good counsel may the cause remove.
My noble uncle, do you know the cause?
I neither know it nor can learn of him.
You inopportuned him by any means? My noble uncle, do you?
Both by myself and many other friends, but he, his own affections counselor, is to himself. I will not say how true, but to himself so secret and close. We but learn from whence sorrows grow, we would as willingly give cures now.
Enter Romeo.
See where he comes. So please you step aside. I'll know his grievance or be much denied.
I would thou wert so happy by thy stay to hear true shrift. Come, madam, let's away.
Montague and Lady Montague exit.
Good morrow, cousin.
Is the day so young?
But news struck 9.
Ay me, sad hours seem long. Was that my father that went hence so fast?
Was. What sadness lengthens Romeo's hours?
Not having that which having makes them short.
In love?
Out.
Of love?
Out of her favor where I am in love.
Alas, that love, so gentle in his view, should be so tyrannous and rough in proof.
Alas, that love whose view is muffled still should without eye see pathways to his will. Where shall we dine? Oh, me. What fray was here? Yet tell me not, for I have heard it all. Here's much to do with hate, but more with love, or anything. Why then, oh brawling love, oh loving hate, oh anything of nothing first create. Oh heavy lightness, serious vanity, misshapen chaos of well-seeming forms. This love feel I, that feel no love in this. Does that not laugh?
No, but I'd rather weep.
Good heart at what?
At thy good heart's oppression.
Why such is love's transgression? Griefs of mine own lie heavy in my breast. This love that has shown doth add more grief to too much of my own. Love is a smoke made with the fume of sighs, being purged, a fire sparkling in lovers' eyes. Being vexed, a sea nourished with loving tears. What is it else? A madness most discreet, a choking gall, a preserving sweet. Farewell, my cuz.
Soft, I will go along. And if you leave me so, you do me wrong.
Tut, I have lost myself. I am not here. This is not Romeo. He is some other where.
Tell me in sadness, who is it that you love?
What, shall I groan and tell thee?
Groan, no, I know, but sadly, tell me who.
A sick man in sadness makes his will. A word ill urged to one that is so ill. In sadness, cousin, I do love a woman.
Ah, I aim so near where I supposed you loved.
All right, good markman, and she's fair, I love.
All right, fair mark, fair cuz, is soonest hit.
Well, in that hit you miss. She'll not be hit with Cupid's arrow. She has Diane's wit, and in strong proof of chastity well armed. From love's weak childish bow she lives uncharmed. She will not stay the siege of loving terms, nor bide the encounter of assailing eyes, nor ope her lap to saint seducing gold. Oh, she is rich in beauty, only poor that when she dies with beauty dies her store.
Then she hath sworn that she will live chaste.
She has, and in that vow do I live dead, that live to tell it now.
Be ruled by me. Forget to think of her.
Oh, teach me how I should forget to think.
By giving liberty unto thine eyes. Examine other beauties.
'Tis way to call hers exquisite and question more. He that is strucken blind cannot forget the precious treasure of his eyesight lost. Show me a mistress that is passing fair. What doth her beauty serve but as a note where I may read who passed that passing fair? Farewell. thou canst not teach me to forget.
I'll pay that doctrine, or else die in debt.
They exit. Scene 2, a street. Enter Capulet, County Paris, and a serving man.
But Montague is bound as well as I, in penalty alike, and 'tis not hard, I think, for men so old as we keep the peace.
Of honorable reckoning are you both. In pity 'tis you've lived at odds.
What have I said before? My child is yet a stranger to the world. She hath not seen the change of 14 years, but 2 summers wither in their pride. Ere we may think her ripe to be a bride.
Younger than she, our happy mother's maid.
And too soon marred are those so elderly made. Earth has swallowed all my hopes but she's the hopeful lady of my earth. But woo her, gentle Paris, get her heart. My will to her consent is but a part, and she agreed within her scope of choice lies my consent, and fair according voice. The night I hold an old accustomed feast, whereto I have invited many a guest, such as I love, and you among the store. One more, most welcomed, makes my number more. At poor house, look to behold this night, earth-treading stars that make dark heaven light. Such comfort as do lusty young men feel. The well-apparelled April on the heel of limping, even such delight. Among fresh fennel buds shall you this night inherit my house. Go with me, or come go with me.
Serving man giving him a list.
Go, Sierra. Trudge about through fair Verona and find those persons out whose names are written there, and to them say, my house and welcome on their pleasure stay.
Capulet and Paris exit.
Find them out whose names are written here. It is written that the shoemaker should meddle with his yard, and the tailor with his last, the fisher with his pencil, and the painter with his nets. But I am sent to find those persons whose names are here writ, and can never find what names the writing person hath here writ. I must to the learned in good time.
Enter Benvolio and Romeo.
Man, one fire burns out another's burning, one pain is lessened by another's anguish. Turn giddy and be help backward turning. One desperate grief cures with another's languish. Take thou some new infection to thy eye, and thy rank poison of the old will die.
Your plantain leaf is excellent for that.
For what, I pray thee?
Your broken shin.
Why, Romeo, art thou mad?
Not mad, but bound more than a madman is. Shut up in prison, kept without my food, whipped and tormented, and... Good evening, good fellow.
God give good evening. I pray, sir, can you read?
I, mine own fortune and my misery.
Perhaps you have learned it without book? But I pray, can you read anything you see?
Aye, if I know the letters and the language.
You say honestly, rest you merry.
Stay, fellow, I can read. Signoro Martino and his wife and daughters, County Anselme and his beauteous sisters, the lady widow of Benvolio, Signor Placentio and his lovely nieces, Mercutio and his brother Valentine, mine uncle Capulet, his wife and daughters, my fair niece, Rosaline and Livia, Signora Valentio and his cousin Tybalt, Lucio and the lively Helena. Fair assembly, whither should they come?
Up.
Whither? To supper?
To our house.
Whose house?
My master's.
Indeed, I should have asked thee that before.
Now I'll tell you without asking. My master is the great rich Capulet, and if you be not of the house of Montagues, I pray, come and crush a cup of wine. Rest you merry.
He exits.
This same ancient feast of Capulet sups the fair Rosaline with whom thou so loves, with all the admired beauties of Verona. Go thither, and with untainted eye, compare her face with some that I shall show, and I will make thee think thy swan is a crow.
One fairer than my love. The all-seeing sun never saw her match since the world begun.
You saw her fair, none else being by, herself poised with herself in either eye. But in that crystal scales let there be weighed your lady's love against some other maid. That I will show you shining at this feast, and she shall scant show well that now seems best.
I'll go along, no such sight to be shown, but to rejoice in splendor of mine own.
They exit. Scene 3, a room in Capulet's estate. Enter Lady Capulet and nurse.
Nurse, where's my daughter? Call her forth to me.
What lamb? What ladybird? God forbid. Where's this girl? What Juliet?
How now? Who calls?
Your mother.
Madam, I am here. What is your will?
This is the matter. Nurse, leave a while. We must talk in secret. Nurse, come back again. I have remembered me. Thou hear our counsel. Thou knowest my daughter's of a pretty age.
Faith, I can tell her age into an hour.
She's not 14.
On Lammas Eve at night shall she be 14. That shall she. Mary, I remember it well. 'Tis since the earthquake now 11 years, and when she was weaned, I never shall forget it. Of all the days of the year upon that day, my lord, you were then at Mantua. Nay, I do bear a brain, but as I said, since that time it is 11 years. For then should stand high alone. Nay, she could forget, run and wobbled all about, even for the day before she broke her brow. And when my husband, God be with his soul, he was a merry man, took up the child, "Yea," quoted he, "dost thou fall upon thy face? Wilt thou fall backward when thou hast more wit? Wilt thou, Jewel?" And by Holidam, the pretty wretch, left crying, said, "I, to see now, a jest shall come about. I warrant, and I should live 1,000 years. I never shall forget it. Wilt thou not, Jewel?" He quoth, and pretty fool, I stinted and said, "I."
Enough of this, I pray thee, hold thy peace.
Yes, madam. Yet I cannot choose but laugh to think about how, to think it should leave crying, say, "I," and yet I warrant it had upon its brow a bump as big as a young cockerel stone, a perilous knock, and it cried bitterly, "Ye," quoth my husband, "fallest upon thy face? Wilt thou fall backwards when thou comest of age? Wilt thou, Jewel?" It stinted, "I."
And stint thou too, I pray thee, nurse, say I.
Peace, I have done. God mark thee God mark thee of his grace. To was the prettiest babe I ever nursed, and I might live to see thee married once. I have my wish.
Mary, that Mary is the very theme I came to talk of. Tell me, daughter Juliet, how stands your disposition to be married?
It is an honor that I dream not of.
An honor were not I thine only nurse, I would thou hast sucked wisdom from thy teat.
Well, think of marriage now. Younger than you, here in Verona, ladies of esteem are made already mothers. By my count, I was your mother much upon these years that you are now a maid. Thus, then, in brief, the valiant Paris seeks you for his love.
A man, young lady, lady such as a man, as all the world, why he's a man of wax.
Verona's summer hath not such a flower.
Nay, he's a flower, in faith, a very flower.
What say you? Can you love the gentleman? This night you shall behold him at our feast. Read o'er the volume of young Paris' face, and find delight writ there be with beauty's pen. Examine every married lineament, and see how one another lends content. And what obscured in this fair volume lies, find written in the margin of his eyes. This precious book of love, this unbound lover, to beautify him only lacks a cover. The fish lives in the sea, and 'tis much pride, for fair without the fair within to hide. That book in many's eyes doth share the glory that in gold clasps flock in the golden story. So shall you share all that he doth possess by having him, making yourself no less.
No less, nay bigger. Women grow by men.
Speak briefly. Can you like of Paris' love?
I'll look to like, if looking liking move. More mine eye than your consent gives strength to make it fly.
Enter serving man.
Madam, the guests are come, supper served up. You called. My young lady asked for the nurse curse in the pantry, and everything in extremity. I must hence to wait. I beseech you, follow straight.
We follow thee.
Serving man exits.
Juliet, the Countess stays.
Oh girl, seek happy nights to happy days.
They exit. Scene 4, a street. Enter Romeo, Mercutio, Benvolio, with 5 or 6 other masters, torchbearers, and a boy with a drum.
What shall this speech be spoke for our excuse, or shall we on without apology?
Hate is out of such prolixity. We'll have no Cupid hoodwinked with a scarf, but let them measure us by what they will. We'll measure them a measure and be gone.
Give me a torch. I am not for this ambling, but being but heavy, I will bear the light.
Nay, gentle Romeo, we must have you dance.
Ha! Not I, believe me. You have dancing shoes with nimble soles. I have a soul of lead, so stakes me to the ground. I cannot move.
You are a lover. Borrow Cupid's wings and soar with them above a common bound.
I am too sore and pierced with his shaft, too sore with his light feathers, and so bound, I cannot bound a pitch above dull wool. Under love's heavy burden do I sink.
And to sink in it should you burden love, too great oppression for a tender thing.
Is love a tender thing? It's too rough, too rude, too boisterous, and it pricks like thorn.
If love be rough with you, be rough with love. Prick love for pricking, and you beat love down. Give me a case to put my visage in, a visor for a visor. What care I, what curious eye doth coat deformities? Here are the beetle brows shall blush for me.
Knock and enter, and no sooner in, but every man betake him to his legs.
A torch for me. Let wantons light of heart tickle the senseless rushes with their heels for eye, and proverbed with a grandsire phrase. I'll be a candle holder and look on. The game was never so fair, and I am done.
Tut, done's the mouse, the constable's own word. If thou art done, we'll draw thee from the mire. Or save your reverence, love, wherein thou sickest, up to the ears. Come, we burn daylight, ho!
Nay, that's not so.
I mean, sir, in delay. We waste our lights in vain, lights by day. Take our good meaning, for our judgment sits 5 times in that ere once in our 5 wits.
No, Carol, you donated me to have a British accent? No. Oh no, my family knows that I can't speak any accent. It wasn't me who donated. Oh, okay. Where's my, wait. And we mean well, is that my line?
Yes.
Okay, let me set the timer. What do British people sound like? I don't remember.
Tuesday, innit?
Oh, okay. I'm doing an accent. I don't know if it's gonna be a British one, everyone. We're gonna see. Okay, let's go. And we mean well in going to this mask, but 'tis no wit to go. I sound like I'm in Bridgerton.
Why, may one ask?
Well, what was yours?
Oh, my dream was that dreamers often lie.
In bed asleep while they do dream things true.
Oh, then I see Queen Mab hath been with you. She is the fairy's midwife, and she comes in shape no bigger than an agate stone on the forefinger of an alderman. Drawn with a team of little atomi over men's noses as they lie asleep, she gallops night by night through lovers' brains, and then they dream of love. On courtiers' knees that dream on curtsies straight, or lawyers' fingers who straight dream on fees, or ladies' lips who straight on kisses dream. But oft the angry Mab with blisters plagues, because their breasts to sweetmeats tainted are. Sometimes she gallops o'er a soldier's neck, and then he dreams of cutting foreign throats, of breaches, emboscados, vanished blades, of health's 5 fathom deep, and then anon drums in his ear, at which he starts and wakes, and being thus frightened swears a prayer or two and sleeps again. This is that very Mab that plats the manes of horses in the night and bakes the elf locks in foul sluttish hairs, which once untangled much misfortune bodes. This is the hag when maids lie on their backs that presses them and learns them first to bear, making them women of good carriage. This is she that—
Peace, peace, Mercutio, peace. Thou talks of nothing. Also, the timer's
True.
up. Thank God.
True. I talk of dreams, which are the children of an idle brain, begot of nothing but vain fantasy, which is as thin of substance as the air and more inconstant than the wind, who woos even now the frozen bosom of the north, and being angered puffs away from thence, turning his side to the dewdrop south.
This wind you talk of blows us from ourselves. Supper is done, and we shall come too late.
I fear too early, for my mind misgives some consequences, yet hanging in the stars shall bitterly begin his fearful date. With this night's revels, and expire the term of despised life close in my breast, by some vile forfeit of untimely death. But he has the steerage of my course, direct my sail. On, lusty gentlemen.
Strike. Drum.
They march about the stage and then withdraw to the side. Scene 5, a hall in Capulet's estate. Enter Capulet and his household, all the guests, Romeo, Mercutio, Benvolio, and the other maskers.
Welcome, gentlemen. Ladies that have their toes unplagued with corns will walk about with you. Ah, my mistress, which of you all will now deny to dance? She that makes dainty, she, I swear, hath corns. Am I come near you now? Welcome, gentlemen. I have seen the day that I have worn a visor to tell a whispering tale of a fair lady's ear, such as would please. 'Tis gone, 'tis gone, 'tis gone. You are welcome, gentlemen. Come, musicians, play.
Music plays and they dance.
A hall, give room, and foot it, girls. More light, you knaves. And turn the tables up, and quench the fire. The room is grown too hot. Nay, sit, good cousin Capulet. For you and I are past dancing days. How long is it since you last yourself and I were in a mask?
By Our Lady, 30 years.
What man, 'tis not much. 'Tis not much. 'Tis not so much. 'Tis since the nuptial of Licentio. Come Pentecost as quickly as you will. Some 25 years, and then we masked.
'Tis more, 'tis more. His son is elder, sir. His son is 30.
Will you tell me that? His son was a ward 2 years ago.
Ladies, that which doth enrich the hand of yonder knight.
I know not, sir.
Oh, she doth teach the torches to burn bright. Beauty too rich for use, for earth too dear. Did my heart love till now? Or swear its sight, for I never saw true beauty till this night.
This, by his voice, should be a Montague. Fetch me my rapier, boy.
Page exits.
What dares the slave come hither covered with an antic face, to fleer and scorn at our solemnity. Now, by the stock of honor of my kin, to strike him dead, I hold it not a sin.
Why, how now, kinsman? Wherefore storm you so?
Uncle, this is a Montague, our foe, a villain that is hither come in spite to scorn our solemnity this night.
Young Romeo, is it?
'Tis he, that villain Romeo.
Content thee, gentle coz, leave him alone. He bears him like a portly gentleman, and to say truth, Verona brags of him to be virtuous and well-governed youth. I would not, for the wealth of all this town, here in my house, hold him to such disparagement. Therefore be patient, take no note of him. It is my will, the which of thou respect. Show a fair presence and put off these frowns, an ill-beseeming semblance of the feast.
It fits when such a villain is a guest. I'll not endure him.
He shall be endured. What a good man, boy. I say he shall, to go. Am I the master here or you? Go to. That's what it is. You'll not endure him. God shall mend my soul. You'll make a mutiny among my guests. You'll set cock-a-hoop. You'll be the man.
Why, uncle, 'tis a shame.
Go to, go to. You're a saucy boy. It is so indeed. This trick may chance to scathe you. I know what. You must contrary me. Marry, 'tis time. Well say, my hearts, you're a prince cocks. Go. Be quiet, or more light. For shame, I'll make you quiet. But cheerly, my hearts.
Patience perforce with willful anger meeting makes my flesh tremble in their different greeting. I will withdraw, but this intrusion shall, now seeming sweet, convert to bitterest gall.
He exits. Romeo taking Juliet's hand.
I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine. A gentle sin is this. My lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth thy rough touch with a tender kiss.
Good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much, which mannerly devotion shows in this, for saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy palmer's kiss.
Have not saints lips and holy palmers too?
I, pilgrim, lips that they must use in prayer.
Oh, then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do. They pray. Grant thou, lest faith turn to despair.
Saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake.
Then move not while my prayers effect I take.
He kisses her.
Thus from my lips, by thine, my sin is purged.
Then have my lips the sin, then have my lips the sin that they have took.
Sin from my lips? Oh, trespass sweetly urge. Give me my sin again.
He kisses her.
You kiss by the book.
Madam, your mother craves a word with you.
Juliet moves toward her mother.
What is her mother?
Mary Bachelor. Her mother is the lady of the house, and a good lady and a wise and virtuous. I nursed her daughter, and that you talked withal. I tell you, he that can lay hold of her shall have the coins.
She a Capulet? How dear account my life is my foe's debt.
Wait, begone, the sport is at the best.
Aye, so I fear, the more is my unrest.
Nay, gentlemen, prepare not to be gone. We have a trifling foolish banquet forwards. And is it even so? Why then, I thank you all. I thank you, honest gentlemen. Good night. More torches here. Come on then. Let's to bed. I, Sirrah, by my fay, it waxes late. I'll to my rest.
All but Juliet and the nurse begin to exit.
Come hither, nurse. What is yon gentleman?
son and heir of old Tiberio.
What's he that now is going out of the door?
Marry that? I think he be young Mercutio.
What's he that follows here that would not dance?
I know not.
If he be married, my grave is likely to be my wedding bed.
His name is Romeo and a Montague, the only son of your great enemy.
My only love sprung from my only hate. Too early seen unknown, and known too late. Prodigious birth of love it is to me that I must love a loathed enemy.
What's this? What's this?
A rhyme I learned even now of one I danced withal.
One calls within Juliet.
Anon, anon. Come, let's away. The strangers are all gone.
They exit. Team Brittany! Act 2!
Let's go, Kara!
Oh my goodness. Oh, good job.
What a queen. Always saving it, always saving it.
Thank you, slip to slap. Scene 1. A lane by the wall of Capulet's orchard. Who? Enter Romeo alone.
Can I go forward when my heart is here? Turn back, dull earth, and find thy center out.
He climbs the wall and hides behind it. Enter Benvolio with Mercutio.
Romeo! My cousin Romeo! Romeo!
He is wise, and on my life hath stolen him home to bed.
He ran this way and left this orchard wall. Call, good Mercutio.
Nay, I'll conjure too. Romeo, humors, madman, passion, lover. Appear thou in the likeness of a sigh. Speak but one rhyme, and I'm satisfied. He heareth not, he stirreth not, he moveth not. The ape is dead, and I must conjure him. I conjure thee by Rosaline's bright eyes, by her high forehead, and her scarlet lip, by her fine foot, straight leg, quivering thigh, and the debasness which that there adjacent lie. That in thy likeness thou appear to us?
And if he hears thee, thou wilt anger him.
This cannot anger him. My invocation is fair and honest. In his mistress' name I conjure only but to raise him up.
He hath hid himself among these trees to be consorted with this humorous knight. Blind is his love, and best befits the dark.
If love be blind, love cannot hit the mark. Romeo, good night. I'll to my truckle bed. This field bed is too cold for me to sleep. Come, shall we go?
Go then, for 'tis in vain to seek him here that means not to be found.
They exit. Scene 2. Capulet's orchard. Romeo comes forward.
Deaths at scars that never felt a wound.
Enter Juliet above.
Soft what light through yonder window breaks. This is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief, that thou, her maid, art more beauty than she. It's my lady. Oh, it is my love. Oh, that she knew she were. She speaks, yet she has nothing. She says nothing. What of that? Her eye discourses. I will answer it. I am too bold. 'Tis not to me she speaks, two of the fair stars in all the heaven, having some business do, entreat her eyes to twinkle in the spheres till they return. Her eye in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright that birds would sing and think it were not night. See how she leans her hand upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek.
Ay me.
Oh my God, she speaks. Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night, being over my head as it is a winged messenger of heaven unto thy wandering eyes of mortals that fall back to gaze on him when he bestrides the lazy clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, or, if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Shall I hear more, or shall I speak of this?
'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What's Montague? It is nor hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face. I'll be some other name belonging to a man. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other word would smell as sweet, so Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo, doff thy name, and for thy name, no part of myself.
I take thee at thy word, call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth, I never will be Romeo.
What man art thou that thus bescreened in light so stumblest on my castle?
By a name I know not how to tell thee who I am. My name, dear saint, is hateful to myself because it is an enemy to thee. Had I it written, I would tear the word.
My ears have not yet drunk 100 words of thy tongue's uttering, and yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo and a Montague?
Neither, fair maid, if either thee dislike.
Wait, how camest thou hither, tell me, and wherefore? The orchard walls are high and hard to climb, and the place death, considering who thou art, if any of my kinsmen find thee here.
With love's light wings did I, reproach these walls, for stony limits cannot hold love out, and what love can do, that dare love's attempt. Therefore thy kinsmen are no stop to thee.
If they do see thee, they will murder thee.
Alack, there lies more peril in thine eye than 20 of their swords. Look thou but speak, and I am proof against their enmity.
All right, here we go. Iwe, udwe, otne, orphe, ade, earldwe, etha, they, hey, right? Right.
That was like 6 lines you just said. And if you're looking at the script, it is 1.
Me and Brittany, baby. No.
This is all for you, Brittany. I have night's cloak to hide me from their eyes. But thou love me, let them find me here. My life were better ended by their hate than death prolonged, wanting of thy love.
Ibe uzwe erection day ounce play out they outweigh is they lace play.
Montague, Jenny! Wow! Wow, okay. My love, that first did prompt me to inquire. He lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I am no pilot, yet wert thou as far as that vast shore washed with the farthest sea, I should adventure for much merchandise.
Thou knowest the mask of night is on my face, the timer ended. Else would a maiden blush bepaint my cheek for that which thou hast heard me speak tonight. Fain would I dwell on form, fain deny what I have spoke, but farewell compliment. Dost thou love me? I know that will say aye, and I will take thy word, yet, if thou swearest, thou may prove false. At lovers' perjuries they say Jove laughs. O gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully, or, if thou thinkest I am too quickly won, I'll frown and be preserved, and say thee nay, so wilt thou too, but else not for the world. In truth, fair Montague, I am too fond, and therefore thou mayst think my behavior light, but trust me, gentlemen, I'll prove more true than those that have more coying to be strange. I should have been more strange, I must confess, but that thou overheardst here, I was aware of my true love passion. Therefore pardon me, and not impute this yielding to light love, which the dark night hath so discovered.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I vow that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops. And
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon that monthly changes in her circled orbs, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
what shall I swear by?
Huh. Another one. Here we go.
Wait. Before you start reading the vowels, let's pause because the stream is having difficulties. Oh, okay.
That's epic.
Great. So how would you like us to proceed, Nini? We love live theater.
Live theater, baby.
Live
Let's
theater,
talk about
baby.
Orpheus. No.
No.
What about milk? We could talk about milk.
We can talk about milk. Milk doesn't like me.
Why all the controversial topics?
The fact that Orpheus is a controversial topic is so funny.
I am once again playing Check Yes Juliet.
As you should.
That's the right choice.
I still think Romeo and Cinderella by Hatsune Miku would be a good thing to add to the queue if the technical difficulties persist for too long.
Excellent. Which version do you want? Do you want the OG with Miku?
Of course.
What?
Okay.
What else? But like hearing Hatsune Miku spoken in this specific context is crazy.
What are you just...
Are you not a Hatsune Miku fan?
Or are you used to her only taking credit for turfs?
It's just, I haven't heard... Okay, here's the other thing. The last time I heard about Hatsune Miku was in reference to a Sonic fandom. So like, to be fair, I haven't heard of Hatsune Miku in like a regular context in the past like 4 or 5 years.
I don't know what Hatsune Miku is.
She's amazing. I saw her
Upon
concert.
request.
Thank you.
Oh, you can hear this, right?
This is crazy.
I mean, if you're talking about Romeo and Juliet, how can you not pick Romeo and Cinderella?
Okay, but what about the Romeo and Cinderella, like, reverse version?
Why not just pull out the Jubiphonic mashup with her 2 English covers? That is like 90% a joke. However, there are a lot of versions of this song.
I'm not gonna do that. There are a lot of versions of this song. I'm not gonna do that.
But again, that's why the OG is like the safest, most reliable.
Also, for
take
context,
a second to applaud Aaron for the pig Latin, because that was very impressive.
So here's the thing. From 6th grade, I think it was 6th grade into 7th grade, me and my friends regularly used pig Latin to talk about stuff like, like in secret. So like every once in a while, in the middle of a sentence, idwe, ichwe, ute, igpeatenle. So like this is just, I just have that. Like the second I saw pig Latin, I was like, this is gonna work for me, and I'm not gonna be happy that it works for me.
The glaring
all pig Latin
donations.
donations.
Seeing that and then messaging everyone saying, "What's pig Latin?"
My brother and sister and I used to speak in Pig Latin around our parents because we thought they couldn't understand it, and we thought we were hot shit when we were little. So
that's
I used to do
so
the same
funny.
thing. Yeah, my sister and I would do that, but our parents were the ones who taught us Pig Latin. So how did we think they would understand?
Yeah, it was baffling in 7th grade when it turned out that, like, when you use any level of critical thinking skills, you can get Pig Latin down like this. And me and my friends were like, "You can understand?" Like, yeah, idiot. It's just the word flipped a little.
But Aaron, that's so impressive.
Thank you.
That was so good. I thought it would sound like shit, but you made it sound like you were saying things. Amazing.
Pig Latin is just, you know, it's one of my language proficiencies, but like, you never get a chance to use it.
Yeah.
Put that on my resume.
I think you should get a language credit for that.
Aaron,
Writing
can you make
in-
a D&D character that only speaks in Pig Latin?
What do I already have? A bird that can only mimic other people? A Pig Latin speaking other person isn't really going to be that far off.
Exactly. That can be your backup character.
Fun fact, Aaron already has a backup character.
I do. I was laying in bed at 2 a.m. and then I shot up and I was like, so I have backup character already. Am I gonna purposefully kill my character? No, but it would be funny if he died like really fast.
I can make that happen for you.
Appreciate it.
What are you gonna do? Rip up a book?
No, see, ripping up a book. Honestly, my character should take psychic damage from ripped up books. That should be a thing.
I love how you're fully talking about your D&D character live stream to a bunch of people.
Nini, are you okay?
Oh yeah, Nini.
We're currently working on it. Yeah, give us a second.
Montague donated help.
Help from the cat. Cat.
Leave it to a Montague to mess with my daughter like that.
What?
I mean, personally, I'm not too bothered with seeing the edits live.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh no.
like, do you get the whole donation and then you just have to put it up on the screen? Okay, so, I mean, if you want to put it in the chat first, and then, so that way we can just, like, stay up to date on it? I don't know. Oh.
Okay.
I do have a fix if you wanna, but it'll like take a couple steps.
It's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
We can just keep vamping if you want.
Oh. Can you?
Okay.
All right. So anyway, I hate men, but I'm in love with Romeo. This happened in about 30 seconds. I don't know how this became my life, but you know
Yo,
what?
I'm so charming. I got this in the damn bag.
I wish I got there first.
We should have someone try to summarize what's happened so far in the show. I feel like that'd be kind of funny.
Oh my god, who wants to volunteer? Who wants to unmute?
I'll try it. I can try it right now.
No. Wait, can we ask?
Great. And I am reading only vowels for the next minute, right? Yeah.
I think it's 30 seconds.
Oh, is it 30 seconds?
Yeah, I think it's 30 seconds because that would be wild.
Oh.
I don't think Julia has said a single coherent thing while I have been speaking to her. I'm very sorry. On this episode of Dragon Ball Z.
All right. I now have a 30-second timer going because I thought everything was just a minute. Anyway. All right. Let's do this. Where did we leave off? Was it do not swear at all? Oh.
Do you want to go by? Oh, yeah. Let's go from swear not by the moon.
Okay. O e a I o u e a e u a o I e e o e I o u I area
You know what you sound like, Aaron? You sound like you're in Banjo-Kazooie for Nintendo 64. Wow. Wow. Okay. Romeo, I'm in love. I got the girl. Okay. What shall I swear by?
U a e a o e a I e.
If my heart's dear love.
Well, do not swear. Although I joy in these, I have no joy of this contract tonight. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden, too like the lightning which doth cease to be, ere one can say it lightens. Sweet good night. This bud of love by summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when we next meet. Good night. Good night. As sweet repose and rest come to thy heart as that within my breast.
Oh, will that leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction canst thou have tonight?
The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine.
Oh, I gave thee mine before thou didst request it, and yet I would if were to give again.
Wouldst thou withdraw it? For what purpose, love?
But to be frank, and give it thee again. And yet I wish but for the thing I have. My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love is as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite.
Nurse calls from within.
I hear some noise within. Dear love, adieu. Anon, good nurse. Sweet Montague, be true. Stay but a little. I will come again.
She exits.
Blessed night. I am afeard being in the night. All this is but a dream. Too flattering sweet to be substantial.
Re-enter Juliet above.
3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If that thy bent of love be honorable, thy purpose marriage, send me word tomorrow by one that I'll procure to come to thee, where and what time thou wilt perform the rite. And all my fortunes at thy foot I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world.
Madam?
I come anon, but if thou meanst well, I do beseech thee.
Madam?
By and by I come, to cease thy strife and leave me to my grief. Tomorrow I will send.
So thrive my soul.
1,000 times good night.
She exits.
Fucking hell, mate. 1,000 times the worst to want thy light. Love goes toward love as schoolboys from their books, but love from love toward school with heavy looks.
Romeo going. Enter Juliet above again.
Hist, Romeo, hist! Oh, for Falconer's voice to lure this tassel gentle back again.
It is my soul that calls upon my name. How silver sweet sound lover's tongue by night, like softest music to attending ears.
Romeo,
My dear,
what clock tomorrow shall I send to thee?
by the hour of 9.
I will not fail. 'Tis 20 year till then. I forgot why I did call thee back.
Let me stand here till thou remember it.
I shall forget to have thee still stand there, remembering how I love thy company.
And I'll still stay to have thee still forget, and forgetting other home. but this.
'Tis almost morning. I would have thee gone, and yet no farther than a wanton's bird that lets it hop a little from its hand, like a poor prisoner in its twisted gyves, and with a silken thread plucks it back again, so loving jealous of his liberty.
I would I were thy bird.
Sweet. With much cherishing. Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow, that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
She exits.
Sweet dwell upon thine eyes, peace in thy breast. Would I were sleep and peace so sweet to rest. Hence will I to my ghostly friar's closed cell, his help to crave and my dear hap to tell.
He exits. Scene 3, Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar Lawrence alone with a basket.
Oh, mickle is the powerful grace that lies in plants, herbs, stones, and their true qualities. For naught so vile that on the earth doth live, but to the earth some special good doth give. Nor aught so good, but strained from that fair use, revolts from true birth, stumbling on abuse. Virtue itself turns vice, being misapplied, and vice sometimes by action dignified.
Enter Romeo.
Within the infant rind of this weak flower, poison hath residence and medicine power. For this being smelt, with that part cheers each part. Being tasted, stays all senses with the heart. To such opposed kings encamp them still, in man as well as herbs, grace and rude will.
Good morrow, father.
Benedicite. What early tongue so sweet saluteth me? Young son, it argues a distempered head, so soon to bid good morrow to thy bed. Care keeps his watch in every old man's eye, and where care lodges, sleep will never lie. But where unbruised youth with unstuffed brain doth couch his limbs, there golden sleep doth reign. Therefore thy earliness doth me assure thou art aroused with some distemperature. Or if not so, then here I hit it right. Our Romeo hath not been in bed tonight.
That last is true. The sweeter rest was mine.
Good pardon, sin, wast thou with Rosalie?
Rosalind? Oh, thank you. With Rosaline, my ghostly father? No, I have forgot that name, and that name's well.
That's my good son. But where hast thou been then?
I'll tell thee ere thou ask it me again. I have been feasting with mine enemy, when on a sudden one has wounded me. That's by my wounded. Both are remedies within thy help, and holy physic lies.
Be plain, good son, and homely in thy drift. Riddling confession finds but riddling shrift.
Then plainly know my heart's dear love is set on the fair daughter of rich Capulet. As mine's on hers, so hers is set on mine, and all combined, save what thou must combine by holy marriage. When and where and how we met, we wooed and made exchange of vow. I'll tell thee as we pass, but this I pray that thou consent to marry us today.
Holy Saint Francis, what a change is here. Is Rosalie, that thou didst love so dear, so soon forsaken? Young men's love then lies not truly in their hearts, but in their eyes. Jesu Maria, what a deal of brine hath washed thy sallow cheeks for Rosaline? How much salt water thrown away in waste to season love, that of it doth not waste. To season love, that of it doth not taste. The sun not yet thy sights from heaven clears, thy old groans yet ringing in mine ancient ears. Lo, here upon thy cheek the stain doth sit of an old tear that is not washed off yet, of an old tear that is not washed off. If e'er thou wast thyself, And these woes thine, thou and these woes were all for Rosaline. And art thou changed? Pronounce this sentence then. Women may fall when there's no strength in men.
Thou chidest me oft for loving Rosaline.
For dotting, not for loving, pupil mine.
And baddest me furry love.
Not in a grave, to lay in one another out to have.
I pray thee chide me not. Here I love now. Doth grace for grace and love for love allow. The other did not so.
Oh, she knew well. Thy love did read by rote. That could not spell. But come, young waverer, come, go with me. In one respect, I'll thy assistant be. For this alliance may so happy prove to turn your household's rancor to pure love.
Let us hence. I stand on sudden haste.
Wisely and slow, they stumble that run fast.
They exit. Scene 4, a street. Enter Benvolio and Mercutio.
Where the devil should this Romeo be? Came he not home tonight?
To his father's.
Recording stopped.
I spoke with his men.
Recording in progress.
Why, that same pale-hearted wench, that Rosaline, torments him, so that he will sure run mad.
Tybalt, the kinsman to old Capulet, has sent a letter to his father's house.
A challenge on my life.
Romeo will answer it.
Any man that can write may answer a letter.
Nay, he will answer the letters. He will answer the letter's master. How he dares, being dared.
Alas, poor Romeo. He's already dead. Stabbed with a white wench's black eye, run through with the ear with a love song. The very pin of his heart cleft with the blind bowboy's butt shaft. And is he a man to encounter Tybalt?
Why? What is Tybalt?
More than Prince of Katz. Oh, he's the courageous captain of compliments. He fights as you sing, prick song, keeps time, distance, and proportion. The very butcher of a silk button, a duelist, a gentleman of the first house, of the first and second cause. Ah, the immortal passado, the punto reverso, the hey.
The what?
Enter Romeo.
Ah, here comes Romeo. Here comes Romeo.
Signor Romeo, bonjour. There's a French salutation to you, to your French slap. You gave us a counterfeit fairly last night.
Good morrow to you both. What counterfeit did I give you?
The slip, sir, the slip. Can you not conceive?
Pardon, good Mercutio, my business was great, and in such a case as mine, a man may strain courtesy.
That's as much as to say a case as yours constrains a man to bow in the hands.
Meaning to courtesy.
Thou hast most kindly hit it.
A most courteous exposition.
Nay, I am the very pink of courtesy.
Pink for flower.
Right.
Why then is my pump well flowered?
Sure, wit, follow me this jest now till thou hast worn out thy pump, that when the single soul of it is worn, the jest may remain after the wearing solely singular.
Oh, single-souled jest, solely singular for the singleness.
Come between us, good Benvolio, my wits faints.
Switch and spurs, or I'll cry a match.
Nay, if our wits run the wild goose chase, I am done, for thou hast more of the wild goose. In one of thy wits, then, I am sure I have my whole 5. Was I with you there for the goose?
Thou was never with me for anything when thou was not there for the goose.
I will bite thee by the ear for that jest.
Nay, good goose, bite not.
Thy wit is a very bitter sweeting. It is a most sharp sauce.
And is it not then well served into a sweet goose?
Oh, here's a wit of Cheveril that stretches from an inch narrow to an ell broad.
I stretch it out for that word broad, which added to the goose proves thee far and wide a broad goose.
Why, is not this better now than groaning for love? Now art thou sociable. Now art thou Romeo. Now art thou what thou art, by art as well as by nature. For this driveling love is like a great natural that runs lolling up and down to hide his bauble in a hole.
Stop there, stop there.
Thou desirest me to stop in my tail against the hair.
Thou wouldst else have made thy tail large.
Oh, thou art deceived. I would have made it short, for I was come to the whole depth of my tale, and meant indeed to occupy the argument no longer.
Enter Nurse and Peter.
Here's goodly gear, a seal, a seal.
Two, a shirt and a smock.
Peter?
Non.
My fan, Peter.
Good Peter to hide her face, for her fan's the fairer face.
Oh, thank you. Good did you good did good
God you good Ian, fair gentlewoman.
Sitting good.
'Tis no less, I tell you, for the body hand of the dial is now upon the prick of the noon.
Tippin you what
One gentlewoman that God hath made himself to mar. I think your time's up. I think it's been 30 seconds. You got it. Yeah, it's been good. It's been good.
Tomorrow, quoth he, gentlemen, can any of you tell me where I may find the young Romeo?
I can tell you, but young Romeo will be older when you have found him than he was when you sought him. I am the youngest of that name, for fault of a worse.
You say well.
Yea, is the worst well? Very well took, faith, wisely, wisely.
If you be he, sir, I desire some confidence with you.
You will indict him to some supper.
Romeo, will you come to your father's? Will to dinner thither?
I will follow you.
Farewell, ancient lady. Farewell, lady. Lady.
I pray you, sir, what saucy merchant was this that was so full of his ropery?
A gentleman, nurse, that loves to hear himself talk and will speak more in a minute than he will stand to in a month.
And he speak anything against me, I'll take him down. And we're lustier than he is, 20 such jacks. And if I cannot, I'll find those that shall, scurvy knave. I am none of his flirt gills. I am none of his scans mates. And thou must stand by too, and suffer every knave to use me at his pleasure.
I saw no man use you at his pleasure. If I had, my weapon should quickly have been out. I warrant you, I dare draw as soon as another man, if I see occasion in a good quarrel, and law is on my side.
Now, afore God, I am so vexed that every part of me quivers, scurvy knave. Pray you, sir, a word. And as I told you, my young lady bid me acquire you out. What she bid me say, I will keep to myself. But first, let me tell you, if you should lead her in a fool's paradise, as they say it were, a very gross kind of behavior, as they say, for the gentlewoman is young, and therefore, if you should deal double with her, truly it will be an ill thing to be offered to any gentlewoman, and very weak dealing.
Nurse, commend me to thy lady and mistress. I protest unto thee.
Good heart, and I faith, I will let her as much. Lord, Lord, she will be a joyful woman.
What wilt thou tell her, nurse? Thou dost not mark me?
I will tell her, sir, that you do protest, which, as I take it, is a gentlemanlike offer.
Bid her devise some means to come to Shrift this afternoon, and there she shall at Friar Lawrence's cell be shrived and married. Here is for thy pains.
No, truly, sir, not a penny.
Go to, I say you shall.
This afternoon, sir? Well, she shall be there.
And stay, good nurse, behind the abbey wall, with this within this hour my man shall be with thee, and bring thee cords made like a tackled stair, which to the high top gallant of my joy must be my convoy in the secret night. Farewell. Be trusty, and I'll quit thy pains. Farewell. Commend me to thy mistress.
Now God in heaven bless thee. Hark you, sir.
What sayest thou, my dear nurse?
Is your man secret? Did you never say two may keep counsel, putting one away?
Warrant thee, my man's as true as steel.
Well, sir, my mistress is the sweetest lady. Lord, Lord, when 'twas a little prating thing, oh, there is a noble man in town, one Paris, that would fain lay knife abroad, but she, good soul, had as lief see a toad, a very toad, as see him. I anger her sometimes and tell her that Paris is the properer man, but I'll warrant you, when I say so, she looks as pale as any clout in the versatile world. Doth thou, Rosemary, and Romeo begin both with the letter?
Aye, nurse, what of that? Both with an R.
Ah, mocker, that the dog's name R is for the... No, I know it begins with some other letter. And she hath the prettier stentuish of it, of you and Rosemary, and it would do you good to hear it.
Commend me to thy lady.
Aye, 1,000 times.
They exit. Scene 5, Juliet's room. Enter Juliet.
The clock struck 9 when I did send the nurse. In half an hour she promised to return. Perchance she cannot meet him. No, that's not so. Now is upon the sun the highmost hill of this day's journey, and from 9 till 12 is 3 long hours, yet she is not come. Had she affections with warm and youthful blood, she would be as swift as a motion in ball. My words would bandy her to my sweet love and his to me, but old folks, many fain as they were dead, unwieldy, slow, heavy, and pale as lead.
Enter nurse and Peter.
Oh God, she comes. Oh, honey nurse, what news? Hast thou met with him? Send thy man away.
Peter, stay at the gate.
Peter exits.
Now, good sweet nurse. Oh Lord, why lookest thou sad? If the news be sad, yet tell them merrily. If good, thou shamest the music of sweet news by playing it to me with so sour a face.
I am aweary. Give me leave a while. Fie, how my bones ache. What a jaunt have I.
I would thou hadst my bones and I thy news. Nay, come, I pray thee, speak, good nurse, speak.
Jesu, what haste! Can you not stay a while? Do you not see that I am out of breath?
How art thou out of breath, when thou hast breath to say that to me that thou art out of breath? The excuse that thou make in this delay is longer than the tale thou dost excuse. Is thy news good or bad? Answer to that. Say either, and I'll say the circumstance. Let me be satisfied. Is it good or bad?
Well, you have made a simple choice. You know not how to choose a man. Romeo, no, not he. Though his face be better than any man's, yet his leg excels all men's. And for a hand and foot and body, though they may not to be talked on, yet they are past compare. He is not the flower of courtesy, but I warrant him as gentle as a lamb. Go thy ways, wench. Serve God. What have you dined at home?
No. But all this I did know before. What says he of our marriage? What of that?
Lord, how my head aches. What head I have. It beats as it would fall to 20 pieces. Oh, my back. Oh, to the side. My back. Beshrew your heart for sending me about to catch my death while jaunting up and down.
In faith, I am sorry that thou art not well. Sweet nurse, tell me, what says my love?
Your love says, like an honest gentleman, and a courteous and kind and handsome, and I warrant a virtuous. Where is your mother?
Where's my mother? Why, she is within. Where's she? Oh, Christ. Your love says, like an honest gentleman, where is your mother?
Oh, God's lady dear, why are you so hot? Mary, come up, I trow. Is this the poultice for my aching bones? Henceforth do you massage or messages yourself?
Come, what says Romeo?
Have you got leave to go to shrift today?
I have.
Then hie you hence to Friar Lawrence's cell. There stays a husband to make you a wife. Now come the wanton blood up in your cheeks. Will be in the scarlet strait at any news. Hie to your church, I must another way, to fetch a ladder by which your lover must climb a bird's nest soon, when it is dark. I am the drudge and toil of your delight, but you shall bear the burden soon at night. Go, all to dinner. Hie you to the cell.
Hie to high fortune. Honest nurse, farewell.
They exit. Scene 6, Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar Lawrence and Romeo.
How long for an accent?
1 minute.
Cool. So, smile the heavens upon this holy act, that after hours with sorrow chide us not.
Amen, amen. But come what sorrow can. It cannot countervail the exchange of joy that 1 short minute gives me in her sight. Doubt though, but close our hands with holy words, then love devouring death do what he dare. It is enough, I may call her mine.
These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die, like fire and powder, which, as they kiss, consume. The sweetest honey is loathsome in his own deliciousness, and in the taste confounds the appetite. Therefore, love moderately, long love doth so. Too swift arrives as tardy as to slow.
Enter Juliet.
Here comes the lady, oh, so light of foot, will ne'er wear out the everlasting flint. A lover may bestride the gossamers that idles in the wanton summer air, and yet not fall, so light is vanity.
Good even to my ghostly confessor.
Romeo shall thank thee, daughter, for us both.
As much to him, else is his thanks too much.
Juliet, if the measure of thy joy be heaped like mine, and that thy skill be more to blazon it, then sweeten with thy breath this neighbor air, and let rich music's tongue unfold the imagined happiness that both receive in either by this dear encounter.
Conceit, more rich in matter than words, brags of his substance, not of ornament. They are but beggars that can count their worth. But my true love has grown to such excess, I cannot sum it up of half my wealth.
Alesha, do you want me to?
To what?
To read like that?
No, we'll wait until someone gives another donation.
Come with me, and we will make
yeah.
short work. For by your leaves, you shall not stay alone till Holy Church incorporate 2 in 1.
Is there no bell? Ring. Act 3. Scene 1, a public place. Enter Mercutio, Benvolio, and their men.
Pray thee, good Mercutio, let's retire. The day is hot, and the capels are abroad, and if we meet, we shall not escape a brawl. For now, these hot days is the mad blood stirring.
Thou art like one of these fellows that, when he enters the confines of a tavern, claps me his sword upon the table and says, God send me no need of thee. and by the operation of the second cup draws some on the drawer when indeed there is no need.
Am I like such a fellow?
Come, thou art as hot as a jack in thy mood, as any in Italy, and as soon moved to be moody, and as soon moody to be moved.
And what two?
Nay, and there were two such. We should have none shortly, for one would kill the other. Thou wilt quarrel with a man that hath a hair more or a hair less in his beard than thou hast. Thou wilt quarrel with a man for cracking nuts, having no other reason but because thou hast hazel eyes. What eye but such an eye would spy out such a quarrel? Thy head is full of quarrels. Thou hast quarreled with a man for coughing in the street because he hath wakened thy dog, and that hath lain asleep in the sun. Dost thou not fall out with a tailor for wearing his new doublet for Easter? With another for tying his new shoes with old ribbon? And yet thou wilt tutor me from quarreling.
And I were so apt to quarrel as thou art, any man should buy the fee simple of my life for an hour and a quarter.
The fee simple? Oh, simple.
Enter Tybalt, Petruchio, and others.
By my head, here come the Capulets.
By my heel, I care not.
Tybalt to his companions.
Follow me close, for I will speak to them. Gentlemen, good e'en. A word with one of you.
And but one word with one of us? Couple it with something. Make it a word and a blow.
You shall find me apt enough to that, sir, and you will give me occasion.
Could you not take some occasion without giving?
Mercutio, thou consortest with Romeo.
Consort? What, dost thou make us minstrels? Ah, thou make minstrels of us, look to hear nothing but discords. Here's my fiddlestick. Here's that shall make you dance. Zounds, consort.
Talk here in the public haunt of men. Either withdraw unto some private place, or reason coldly of your grievances, or else depart. Here all eyes gaze upon us.
Men's eyes were made to look, and let them gaze. I will not budge for no man's pleasure, I.
Enter Romeo.
Well, peace be with you, sir. Here comes my man.
But I'll be hanged, sir, if you wear your livery. Mary, go before the field, and he'll be your follower. Your worship in that sense may call him man.
Romeo, the love I bear thee can afford no better term than this. Thou art a villain.
Well, the reason that I have to love thee doth much excuse the appertaining rage to such a greeting. Villain, I am none. Therefore, farewell. I see thou knowest me not.
Boy, this shall not excuse the injuries that thou hast done me. Therefore, turn and draw.
I do protest I never injured thee, but love thee better than thou canst devise, till thou shalt know the reason of my love. And so...
Recording stopped. Recording stop. Recording in progress.
And so, good Capulet, which name I tender as dearly mine own, be satisfied.
Oh, calm, dishonorable, vile submission. Alesha carries it away.
He draws.
Tybalt, thou rat catcher, will you walk?
What wouldst thou have with me?
Good king of Katz, nothing but one of your 9 lives that I mean to make bold withal. And as you shall use me hereafter, dry beat the rest of the 8. Will you pluck your sword out of this pilcher by the ears? Make haste, lest mine be by your ears ere it out.
I am for you.
He draws.
Gentle Mercutio, put thy rapier up.
Come, sir, your passado.
They fight.
Draw, Benvolio, beat down their weapons.
Romeo draws.
Gentlemen, for shame, forbear this outrage. Tybalt, Mercutio, the prince expressly has forbid this bandying in Verona streets. Hold Tybalt, good Mercutio.
Romeo attempts to beat down their rapiers. Tybalt stabs Mercutio.
Away, Tybalt.
Tybalt, Petruchio, and their followers exit.
I'm hurt. A plague on both houses, I'm sped. Is he gone and hath nothing?
What, art thou hurt?
Aye, a scratch, Mary. 'Tis enough. Where's my page? Go. Villain, fetch a surgeon.
Page exits.
Purge, man, the hurt cannot be much.
No, 'tis not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door. 'Tis enough. 'Twill serve. Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man. I'm peppered, I warrant, for this world. A plague on both your houses. Zoons, a dog, a rat, a mouse, a cat to scratch a man to death. A braggart, a rogue, a villain that fights by the book of arithmetic. Why the devil came you between us? I was hurt under your arm.
I thought all for the best.
Help me into some house, Benvolio. I shall faint. Plague on both your houses. They've made worms eat of me. I have it, and soundly too. Your houses.
All but Romeo exit.
This gentleman, the prince's near ally, my very friend, has got this mortal hurt in my behalf. My reputation stained with Tybalt slander. Tybalt that an hour has been my cousin. Sweet Juliet, thy beauty has made me effeminate, and in my temper soften valor's steel.
Enter Benvolio.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo! Brave Mercutio is dead! That gallant spirit had aspired the clouds, which too untimely here did scorn the earth.
This day's fate on more days doth depend. This but begins the woe others must end.
Enter Tybalt.
Here comes the furious Tybalt back again.
Alive in triumph, and Mercutio slain! Away to heaven, respective lenity, and fire-eyed fury be my conduct now. Now, Tybalt, take thy villain back again, that late thou gavest me, for Mercutio's soul is but a little way above our heads, staying for thine to keep him company. Either thou or I or both must go with him.
Thou wretched boy that didst consort him here, shall with him hence.
This shall determine that.
They fight. Tybalt falls.
Romeo, away! Be gone! The citizens are up and Tybalt slain. Stand not amazed. The prince will doom thee death if thou art taken. Hence, be gone, away!
Oh, I am fortune's fool.
Why did thou stay?
Which way
ran he that killed Mercutio? Tybalt, that murderer, which way ran he?
There lies that Tybalt.
Up, sir, go
Sir,
with
go
me.
with me. I charge thee
In the prince's name, obey.
Where are the vile beginners of this fray?
Oh, noble prince, I can discover all the unlucky manage of this fatal brawl. There lies the man slain by young Romeo, that slew thy kinsman, brave Mercutio.
Tybalt, my cousin. Oh, my brother's child. Oh, prince. Oh, cousin, husband. Oh, the blood is spilled of my dear kinsman. Prince, thou art true, for blood of ours shed blood of Montague. Then
Benvolio, who began this bloody fray?
Tybalt, here slain, whom Romeo's hand did slay. Romeo that spoke him fair, bid him bethink the quarrel, and urged withal your high displeasure. All this uttered with gentle breath, calm look, could not take truce with the unruly Tybalt. Deaf to peace, but he tilts with piercing steel at bold Mercutio's breast, who, all as hot, turns deadly point to point, and with a martial scorn, with one hand beats cold death aside, and with the other sends it back to Tybalt, whose dexterity retorts it. Romeo, he cries aloud, "Hold, friends, friends apart!" And swifter than his tongue, his agile arms beat down their fatal points, and twixt them rushes, underneath whose arm an envious thrust from Tybalt hit the life of stout Mercutio. Then Tybalt fled, But by and by comes back to Romeo, who had but newly entertained revenge, and to it they go like lightning. For ere I could draw to part them, was stout Tybalt slain, and as he fell, did Romeo turn and fly. This is the truth, or let Benvolio die.
He is a kinsman to the Montague. Affection makes him false. He speaks not true. Some 20 of them fought in the strife, and all those 20 could but kill one life. I beg for justice, which thou, prince, must give. Romeo slew Tybalt. Romeo must not live.
Romeo slew him. He slew Mercutio, who now the prince of his dear blood doth owe.
Not Romeo, prince. He was Mercutio's friend. His fault concludes but what the law should end, the life of Tybalt.
And for that offense immediately we do exile him thence. I have an interest in your heart's proceeding. My blood for your rude brawls doth lie a-bleeding. But I'll amerce you with so strong a fine that you shall all repent the loss of mine. I will be deaf to bleeding excuses, nor tears nor prayers shall purchase out abuses. Therefore, use none. Let Romeo hence in haste, else when he is found, that hour is his last. Bear hence this body and attend our will. Mercy but murders, pardoning those that kill.
They exit the Capulet men bearing off Tybalt's body. Scene 2, Juliet's room. Enter Juliet alone.
Gallop apace, you fiery-footed steeds, towards Phoebus's lodging. Such a wagoner as Phaeton would whip you to the west and bring in cloudy night immediately. Spread thy close curtain, love-performing night, that runaways may rink, and Romeo leap to the arms, untalked of and unseen. Lovers can see to do their amorous rites by their own beauties, or, if love be blind, it best agrees with night. Come, civil knight, thou sober-suited matron in all black, and learn me how to lose a winning match played for a pair of stainless maidenhoods. Hood my unmanned blood, bathing in my cheeks with thy black mantle still strange, love grow bold. Think true love acted simple modesty. Come, knight, come, Romeo, come, thou day and night, for thou wilt lie upon the wings of night wider than new snow upon a raven's back. Come, gentle knight, come, loving black-browed knight, give me my Romeo, and when I shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with the night, and pay no worship to the garish sun. Oh, I have but the mansion of a love, but not possessed it, and though I am sold, not yet enjoyed. So tedious this day, as is the night before some festival to an impatient child that hath new robes and may not wear them. Oh, here comes my nurse, and she brings news, and every tongue speaks but Romeo's name's, whoa, and every tongue that speaks but Romeo's name speaks heavenly eloquence. Now, nurse, what news? What hast thou there? The cords that Romeo bid thee fetch.
Aye, the cords.
Nurse
Tell me what news? Why dost thou wring thy hands?
Where a day, he's dead. He's dead, he's dead. We are undone, lady. We are undone. Alack, the day, he's gone. He's killed, he's dead.
Can heaven be so envious?
Romeo can, though heaven cannot. Oh, Romeo, whoever would have thought it? Oh, Romeo.
What devil art thou dost torment me thus? This torture should be roared in dismal hell. Hath Romeo slain himself? If he be slain, say aye, or if not, no. Brief sounds determine my weal or woe.
I saw the wound, I saw it with my eyes. God save the mark here on his manly breast. Oh, a piteous corse, a bloody piteous corse, pale as ashes, all bedaubed in blood, all in gore, blood. I swooned that night at the sight.
Oh, break, my poor heart, poor bankrupt, break at once. To prison eyes, ne'er look on liberty. Vile earth to earth resign, end motion here, and thou and Romeo press one heavy bier.
Oh, Tybalt, the best friend I had, oh, courteous Tybalt, honest gentleman, that ever I should live to see thee dead.
What storm is this that blows so contrary? Is Romeo slaughtered and is Tybalt dead? My dearest cousin, my dearer lord. Then dreadful trumpets sound the general doom, for who is living if these two are gone?
Tybalt is gone and Romeo banished. Romeo that killed him, he is banished.
Oh God, did Romeo's hand shed Tybalt's blood?
It did, alas, the day it did.
Oh, serpent heart hid with the flowering face, beautiful tyrant, fiend angelical, dove-feathered raven, wolvish lamb, just opposite to what thou justly seemst, a damned saint and honorable villain. Oh, nature, what hast thou to do in hell when thou didst power the spirit of a fiend in moral paradise of such sweet flesh? Oh, that deceit should dwell in such a gorgeous place.
There's no trust, no faith, no honesty in men, all perjured, all forsworn, all not, all dismemberers. Where's my man? Give me some aqua vitae. These griefs, these woes, these sorrows make me old. Shame, come to Romeo.
Blistered be thy tongue for such a wish. He was not born to shame. Upon his brow shame is a shame to sit, for 'tis a throne where honor may be crowned, sole monarch of the universal earth. Oh, what a beast was I to chide at him.
Will you speak well of him that killed your cousin?
Shall I speak ill of him that is my husband? Oh, poor my lord, what tongue shall smooth thy name when I, thy 3 hours' wife, have mangled it? But wherefore, villain, didst thou kill my cousin? That villain cousin would have killed my husband. Oh, back, foolish tears, back to your native spring. Your tributary drops belong to woe, which you mistaking offer up to joy. My husband lives, that Tybalt would have slain. And Tybalt's dead, that would have slain my husband. Oh, this is comfort, wherefore weep I then? Some word there was worser than Tybalt's death that murdered me. I would forget it fain, but oh, it presses to my memory like damned guilty deeds to sinners' minds. Tybalt is dead and Romeo is banished. That one word banished hath slain 10,000 Tybalts. Tybalt's death was woe enough, it had ended there. Or if sour woe delights in fellowship and needly will be ranked with other griefs, why followed not when she said Tybalt's dead, thy father or thy mother, nay, or both, which modern lamentation might have moved. But with the rearward following Tybalt's death, Romeo is banished. To speak that word is father, mother, Tybalt, Romeo, Juliet, all slain, all dead. Romeo is banished. There is no end, no limit, measure, bound in that word's death. No words can that woe sound. Where is my father and mother, nurse?
Weeping and wailing over Tybalt's corse. Will you go to them? Will you bring you hither? I will bring you hither.
Wash they his wounds with tears. Mine shall be spent when there's our drive for Romeo's banishment. Take up those cords.
Nurse picks up the rope ladder.
Poor ropes, you are beguiled, both you and I, for Romeo is exiled. He made you for a highway to my bed, but I, a maid, die maiden widowed. Come, cords, come, nurse, I'll to my wedding bed, and death, not Romeo, take my maidenhead.
Fly to your chamber. I'll find Romeo to comfort you. I won't let where he is. Hark you, your Romeo will be here at night. I'll to him. He is hid at Lawrence's cell.
Find him.
Juliet gives the nurse a ring.
Give this ring to my true knight, and bid him come to take his last farewell.
They exit. Scene 3, Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar Lawrence.
Romeo, come forth, thou fearful man. Affliction is enamored of thy parts, and thou art wedded to calamity.
Enter Romeo.
Father, what news? What is the prince's doom? What sorrow cleaves acquaintance at my hand that I yet not know?
Too familiar is my dear son with such sour company. I bring the tidings of the prince's doom.
What less than doomsday is the prince's doom?
A gentler judgment vanished from his lips, not body's death, but body's banishment.
Banishment. Be merciful. Say death, for exile has more terror in his look, much more than death. Do not say banishment.
Here from Verona art thou banished. Be patient, for the world is broad and wide.
There is no world without Verona's walls, but purgatory, torture, hell itself. Hence banished is banished from the world, and world's exile is death. Then banished is death, Mr. Med. Calling death banished, thou cuts my head off with the golden axe and smiles upon that stroke that murders me.
O deadly sin, O rude unthankfulness, thy fault our law calls death, but the kind prince taking thy part hath rushed aside the law and turned that black word death to banishment. That is dear mercy, and thou sees it not.
'Tis torture and not mercy. Heaven is here where Juliet lives, and every cat and dog and little mouse, every unworthy thing live here in heaven. I may look on her, but Romeo may not. More validity, more honorable state, more courtship lives and carry on flies than Romeo. They may seize on the wonder of dear Juliet's hand and steal immortal blessing from her lips, who even impure and vestal modesty still blush as thinking their own kisses sin. But Romeo may not. He is banished. Flies may do this, but I from this must fly. They are free men, but I am banished. And sayest thou yet that exile is not death? Hast thou no poison mix, nor sharp ground knife, no sudden mean of death, thou never so mean, but banished to kill me? Banished. Friar, the damned use that word in hell. How hast thou the heart, being a divine, a ghostly confessor, a sin absolver, and my friend professed to mingle me with that word banished?
Thou fond madman, hear me a little speak.
Oh, thou will speak again of banishment.
I'll give thee armor to keep off that word. Adversity's sweet milk, philosophy to comfort thee, though thou art banished.
Yet banished? Hang up philosophy. Unless philosophy can make a Juliet, displant a town, reverse a prince's doom. It helps not, it prevails not. Talk no more.
Oh, then I see that madmen have no ears.
How should they, when they have that wise men have no eyes?
Let me dispute with thee of thy estate.
Thou canst not speak of that dost not feel. Wert thou as young as I, Juliet, thy love, an hour but married, Tybalt murdered, doting like me and like me banished, then mightest thou speak, then mightest thou tear thy hair and fall upon the ground, as I do now.
Romeo throws himself down.
Taking the measure of an unmade grave.
Knock within.
Arise, one knocks. Good Romeo, hide thyself.
Not I, unless the breath of heartsick groans mist like enfold me from search of eyes.
Hark, how they knock. Who's there? Romeo, arise, thou wilt be taken. Stay a while. Stand up.
Knock.
Run to my study by and by God's will. What simpleness is this? I come, I come.
Knock.
Who knocks so hard? Whence come you? What's your will?
Let me come in, and you shall know my errand. I come from Lady Juliet.
Friar Lawrence admitting the nurse.
Welcome then.
Oh, holy friar. Oh, tell me, holy friar, where's my lady's lord? Where's Romeo?
There, on the ground, with his own tears made drunk.
Oh, he is even in my mistress's case, just in her case. Oh, woeful sympathy, piteous predicament. Oh, so lies she blubbering and weeping, weeping and blubbering. Stand up, stand up. Stand and you be a man. For Juliet's sake, for her sake, rise and stand. Why should you fall so deep and oh?
Nurse.
Ah, sir, death's the end of all.
Romeo rising up.
Speakest thou of Juliet? How is it with her? Does not she think me an old murderer? Now I have stained the childhood of our joy with blood removed but little from her own. Where is she? And how does she? And what says my concealed lady to our cancelled love?
Oh, she says nothing, sir, but weeps and weeps, and now falls on her bed and then starts up, and Tybalt calls, and on Romeo cries, and then down falls again.
As if that name, shot from the deadly of a gun, did murder her, as that name's cursed hand murdered her kinsman. Oh, tell me, friar, tell me, in that vile part of this anatomy doth my name lodge. Tell me, that I may sack the hateful mansion.
Draws his dagger.
Hold thy desperate hand. Art thou a man? Thy form cries out thou art. Thy tears are womanish. Thy wild acts denote the unreasonable fury of a beast, unseemly woman in a seeming man, and ill-beseeming beast in seeming both. Thou hast amazed me by my holy order. I thought thy disposition better tempered. Hast thou slain Tybalt? Wilt thou slay thyself, and slay thy lady that in thy life lives, by doing damned hate upon thyself? Why railest thou on thy birth, the heaven and earth, since birth and heaven and earth, all three to meet in thee at once, which thou at once wouldst lose? Rouse thee, man. Thy Juliet is alive, for whose dear sake thou wast but lately dead. There art thou happy. Tybalt would kill thee, but thou slewest Tybalt. There art thou happy. The law that threatened death becomes thy friend and turns it to exile. There art thou happy. A pack of blessings light upon thy back. Happiness counts thee in her best array, but like a misbehaved and sullen wench, thou pouts upon thy fortune and thy love. Take heed, for such die miserable. Go, get thee to thy love, as was decreed. Ascend her chamber hence and comfort her. But look, thou stay not till the watch be set, for then thou canst not pass to Mantua, where thou shalt live till we can find a time to blaze your marriage, reconcile your friends, beg pardon of the prince, and call thee back with 100,000 times more joy than thou wentst forth in lamentation. Go before, nurse. Commend me to thy lady, and bid her hasten all the house to bed, which heavy sorrow makes them apt uponto. Romeo is coming.
Lord, I could have stayed here all night to hear good counsel. Oh, what learning is! My lord, I'll tell my lady you will come.
Do so, and bid my sweet prepare to chide.
Here, sir, a ring she bid me give you, sir.
Nurse gives Romeo ring.
Hie, you make haste, for it grows very late.
She exits.
How well my comfort is revived by this.
Go hence, good night, and here stands all your state. Either be gone before the watch be set, or by the break of day disguised from hence. Sojourn in Mantua. I'll find out your man, and he shall signify from time to time every good hap to you that chances here. Give me thy hand. 'Tis late. Farewell. Good night.
But that a joy past joy calls out on me. It were a grief so brief to part with thee. Farewell.
They exit. Scene 4, a room in Capulet's estate. Enter old Capulet, his wife, and Paris.
Things have fallen out, sir, so unluckily, that we have no time to move our daughter. Look you, she loved her kinsman Tybalt dearly, and so did I. Well, we were born to die, 'tis very late. She'll not come down tonight, I promise you, but for your company, I would have been aided an hour ago.
These times of woe afford no time to woo. Madam, good night. Commend me to your daughter.
I will, and know her mind early tomorrow. Tonight, she's mute up to her heaviness.
Sir Paris, I will make a desperate tender of my child's love. I think she'll be ruled in all aspects by me, nay, more, I doubt it not. Wife, go you to her, and you go to bed, acquainting her my son's Paris's love, and bid her, mark you me, on Wednesday night. But soft, what day is it?
Monday, my lord.
Monday. Well, Wednesday's too soon. Oh, Thursday, let it be. Oh, Thursday, tell her. She shall be married to this noble earl. Will you be ready? Do you like this haste? We'll keep no great ado, a friend or two. For hark you, Tybalt being slain so late, it may have been thought we held him carelessly, being our kinsman, if we revel much. Therefore, we'll have half a dozen friends, and there an end. But say you to Thursday.
My lord, I would that Thursday were tomorrow.
We'll get you gone. Oh, Thursday be it then. You go you to Juliet, ere you go to bed. Prepare her, wife, against her this wedding day. Farewell, my lord. Light to my chamber, ho. Afore me, it is so very late that we may call it early and go by and by. Good night.
They exit. Scene 5, Juliet's room. Enter Romeo and Juliet aloft in bed.
Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale and not the lark that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Nightly she sings on yon pomegranate tree. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale.
It was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are severing, do the lacing severing yonders in the east. Night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the mist mountain tops. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Yon light is not yet daylight, I know it. It is some meteor that the sun exhaled to be to thee this night, a torch-bearer, and light thee on thy way to Mantua. Therefore stay yet, thou needst not to be gone.
Let me be taken, let me be put to death. I am content, so thou wilt have it so. I'll say yon gray is not the morning's eye, 'tis but the pale reflex of Cynthia's brow. Nor that is not the lark whose notes do beat the vaulty heaven so high above our heads. I have more care to stay than will to go. Come death and welcome. Juliet wills it so. How is it, my soul? Let's talk. It is not the day.
It is. High ends, be gone, away. It is the lark that sings so out of tune, shredding harsh discords and unpleasant sharps. Some say the lark makes sweet division. This doth not so, for she divideth us. Oh, now be gone. More light and light it grows.
More light and light, more dark and dark our woes.
Enter nurse.
Madam,
Nurse?
your lady mother is coming to your chamber. The day is broke. Be wary. Look about.
Then window, let day in and let life out.
Farewell, farewell. One kiss and I'll descend.
They kiss and Romeo descends.
Art thou gone so? Love lord, I, husband, friend, I must hear from thee every day in the hour, for in a minute there are many days. Oh, by this count I shall be much in years ere I again behold my Romeo.
Farewell. I will omit no opportunity that may convey my greetings, love, to thee.
Oh, thinkst thou we shall ever meet again?
I doubt it not. And all these woes shall serve for sweet discourses in our times to come.
Oh God, I have an ill divining soul. Methinks I see thee, now thou art so low as one dead in bottom of a tomb. Either my eyesight fails, or thou lookest pale.
And trust me, love, and my eye so do you. Drink sorrow drinks our blood. Our dry sorrow drinks our blood. Adieu. Adieu.
He exits.
Fortune, fortune, all men call thee fickle. If thou art fickle, what dost thou with him that is renowned for faith? Be fickle, fortune, for then I hope thou wilt not keep him long, but send him back.
Enter Lady Capulet.
Hello, daughter, are you up?
Who is that calls? It is my lady mother. Is she not down so late or up so early? What unaccustomed cause procures her hither?
Juliet descends.
Why, how now, Juliet?
Madam, I am not well.
Evermore weeping for your cousin's death? What, wilt thou wash him from his grave with tears? And if thou couldst not make him live, therefore have done. Some grief shows much of love, but much of grief shows still some want of wit.
Yet let me weep for feeling such a loss.
So shall you feel the loss, but not the friend which you weep for.
Feeling so the loss, I cannot choose but ever weep the friend.
Well, girl, thou weepst not so much for his death, as that the villain lives which slaughtered him.
What villain, madam?
That same villain Romeo.
Villain, and he be many miles asunder. God pardon him. I do with all my heart, and yet no man like he doth grieve my heart.
That is because the traitor murderer lives.
Ay, madam, from the reach of my hands. Would none but I might venge my cousin's death.
We will have vengeance for it, fear thou not. Then weep no more. I'll send to one in Mantua, where that same banished regnate doth live. Shall give him such an unaccustomed dram that he shall soon keep Tybalt company, and then, I hope, thou wilt be satisfied.
Indeed, I shall never be satisfied with Romeo till I behold him dead. Is my poor heart so for a kinsman vexed? Madam, if you could find out but a man to bear a poison, I would temper it that Romeo should, upon receipt thereof, soon sleep in quiet. Oh, how my heart abhors to hear him named, and cannot come to him to wreak the love I bore my cousin upon his body that hath slaughtered him.
Find thou the means, and I'll find such a man. But now I'll tell thee joyful tidings, girl.
And joy comes well in such a needy time. What are they, beseech your ladyship?
Well, well, thou hast a careful father, child, one who put thee from thy heaviness, hath sorted out a sudden day of joy that thou expects not, nor I look not for.
Madam, in happy time, what day is that?
Marry, my child, early next Thursday morn, the gallant, young, and noble gentleman, the County Paris, at St. Peter's Church shall happily make thee there a joyful bride.
Now by St. Peter's Church, and Peter too, he shall not make me there a joyful bride. I wonder at his haste that I must wed ere that he should become a husband, ere that he should be husband comes to woo. I pray you, tell my lord and father, madam, I will not marry yet. And when I do, I swear it shall be Romeo, who you know I hate rather than Paris. These are news indeed.
Here comes your father. Tell him so yourself, and see how he will take it at your hands.
Enter Capulet and nurse.
Have you delivered to her our decree?
Aye, sir, but she will none. She gives you thanks. I would the fool were married to her grave.
Soft, take me with you. Take me with you, wife. How will she none? Doth she give us thanks? Is she not proud? Doth she count her blessings, unworthy as she is, that we have wrought so worthy a gentleman to be her bride?
Not proud you have, but thankful that you have. Proud I can never be of what I hate, but thankful even for hate that is meant to love.
How? Chop logic, what is this? Proud, and I thank you not, and yet not proud? Mistress minion you. Thank me to no thankings, nor proud me no prouds. But fettle your fine joints against Thursday next. Go with Paris to St. Peter's Church, or I will drag thee on a hurdle thither. Out, you green sickness carrion. Out, you baggage, you tallow face.
Fie, what are you, mad? Oh, that's not me.
That's
Ha,
me.
I'm a liar.
Fie, what, are you mad?
Good father, I beseech you on my knees, hear me with patience but to speak a word.
Hang thee, young baggage, disobedient wretch. I tell thee that. Get the church to a Thursday, or never after look me in the face. Speak not, reply not, do not answer me. My fingers itch. Wife, we scarce thought us blessed that God had lent us but this only child. But now I see that this one is too much, and that we have a curse in having her. Out on her hiddling.
Heaven bless her. You are to blame, my lord, to rate her so.
Why, my lady wisdom? Hold your tongue. Good prudence, smarter with your gossips. Go.
I speak no treason.
Oh God, Eden.
May not one speak?
Peace, you mumbling fool. Utter your gravity or over a gossip's bowl, for here we need you not.
You are too hot.
God's bread, it makes me mad. Day, night, hour, tide, time, work, play, alone in company, still make hair hath been to have her match. And having now provided a gentleman of noble parentage, of fair dismenace, youthful and nobly lined, stuffed, as they say, with honorable parts, proportioned as one's thought would wish a man, and then to have a wretched puling foul, that's pulling foul, okay, pulling fool, a whining mammoth. To answer, I will not wed, I cannot love, I am too young, I pray you, pardon me. But, and you will not wed, I pardon you. Graze where you will, you shall not house with me. Look to think on. I do not use to jest. Thursday is near. Lay a hand on heart, advise. And you be mine, I'll give you to my friend. And you be not hang, beg, starve, die in the streets. For be my soul, I never acknowledge thee, nor what is mine shall never do thee good. Trust to the thank you, I will not be forsworn.
He exits.
Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? Oh, my sweet mother, cast me not away. Just delay this marriage for a month, a week, or if you do not, make me the bridal bed in that dim monument where Tybalt lies.
Talk not to me, for I'll not speak a word. Do as thou wilt, for I have done with thee.
She exits. Juliet rising.
Oh, God. Oh, nurse, how shall this be prevented? My husband is on earth, my faith in heaven. How shall that faith return again to earth unless that husband send it to me from heaven by leaving earth? Comfort me, counsel me. Alack, that heaven should practice stratagems upon so soft a subject as myself. What sayest thou? Hast thou not a word of joy? Some comfort, nurse.
Faith, here it is. Romeo is banished, and all the world to nothing. That he dares never come back to challenge you, or if he do, it needs must be by stealth. Then, since the case so stands as it doth now, I think it best you married with the county. Oh, he's a lovely gentleman. Romeo's a dishclout to him, an eagle, madam, hath not so green, so quick, so fair an eye as Paris hath. Beshrew my very heart. I think you are happy in this second match, for it excels your first. Or if it did not, your first is dead, or twere as good as he were, as living here, and you with no use of him.
Speakst thou from thy heart?
And from my soul too, else beshrew them both.
Amen.
What?
Well, that was comforted me marvellous much. Go in and tell my lady I am gone, having displeased my father, to Lawrence's cell, to make a confession and to be absolved.
Marry, I will, and this is wisely done.
She exits.
Ancient damnation, O most wicked fiend! Is it more sin to wish me thus forsworn, or to praise my lord with that same tongue which he hath praised him with above compare so many thousand times? Go, counselor, thou and my bosom henceforth shall be twain. I'll to the friar to know his remedy. If all else fail, myself have the power to die.
She exits. Intermission!
Go team Brittany!
Let's go! Okay, everyone. So we are officially beginning our intermission. Everyone who has been covering their mouth can unmask now. Thank you for holding that for so long. Yeah, so we're at intermission. It's going to be 15 minutes as our cast and our tech design production team takes a bit of a break, and you all as well. And as that intermission is going on, we are going to have Mindy, who is a representative of Team Brittany, who this is all happening for, speak about Brittany's mission and her campaign, and maybe a little bit about New York 11.
Hi, everyone. Also, just really quickly, I think Brittany is actually, she's going to stop on and say hi for a minute. So she should be here any second. And then I'll turn it over to her. But anyway, I'm Mindy. Also, I guess, first of all, I would just like to say thank you so much to everyone who is here tonight, to all of the actors and the theater people and the digital team. This is incredible. I'm having a blast. So just thank you guys so much for your hard work. So I've actually had the great fortune to be with Brittany and be with the campaign since its very earliest days, which is now over a year and a half ago. And it's actually kind of wild because we are rapidly approaching the finish line. The election is on August 23rd, so it's less than 3 weeks away. We are very excited. We're really excited for people to have the opportunity to vote for Brittany because she is a true champion of the working class. She is a true champion for working people and for working families. And it has been probably the best thing I've ever done so far, has been helping on the campaign. So I feel that, because I've been with the campaign for so long, I feel that I can really speak to kind of the foundations of the campaign and the core of the campaign. In the year and a half that I've been with the team, I've gotten to know Brittany personally. I like to consider her a friend, even though, she's super cool and very awesome, and she's done so many incredible things already. If you don't know Brittany, she is a Staten Islander. Staten Island is the first place that she called home after she got back from serving in the army in Afghanistan. And when she got back, she immediately got to work in her community and for her community. She, up until recently, was working as the organizing director for About Face, which is an organization that helps veterans once they are discharged from active service and helps connect them with any services that they need when they return stateside. So Brittany made a really rapid transition. She became an activist and an organizer almost immediately. And in that time, she has really tried to highlight and spotlight the issues that exist in our community in Staten Island and in South Brooklyn. There have been kind of a revolving door of politicians who have served Staten Island and who have served South Brooklyn. And unfortunately, like we see in places all across the country, these politicians weren't really interested in helping the people that they're supposed to serve. And that's really one of the big reasons why Brittany is running, is because she wants to, fight for people who have never had someone fight for them before. She wants to be a voice for people who haven't been heard by politicians, who have been cast aside by politicians of both parties. So what we really tried to do from day one is build a movement that includes everyone in our community. We are building a broad coalition. We have people on the campaign from all across the country. We have supporters, excuse me, we have supporters everywhere. And really, when people hear about Brittany and when they learn about what she's doing in our community, they are just instantly drawn in because she is so dynamic. And she's such a fighter, and that just really comes through in everything she does. From the very first time I met her, I was like, man, this is the kind of person we need in Congress. We need people who are not afraid to speak their minds and who are not afraid to say it like it is. And Brittany has absolutely no qualms doing that, which is really awesome. But anyway, I like I said, I think she should be here soon to say hi. That's just kind of a very brief background about the campaign. I won't go on for too long, but if anyone has any comments or any questions, I am more than happy to answer them at this time. Or if there's anything anyone's curious about Brittany, about the movement that we're building in New York 11, I would love to hear any questions or any comments that you guys have.
Thank you so much, Mindy.
Absolutely.
Mindy has been a superstar and dealing with all of my random text messages throughout the day. And we are so grateful to you and for Team Brittany and for Brittany. And yeah.
Yeah, well, likewise, this is the most fun fundraiser that I've ever participated in. So
let's go. I'm glad to get that title.
Yeah. But yeah, and there's really just, again, on behalf of, not only myself, but just the entire campaign, all of our staff, all of our volunteers. Yes, move to Staten Island, vote for Brittany.
Let's go, Nini. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, Nini. I'll help you move.
Yeah. But yeah, just thank you guys so much for organizing this and for putting this on. I have not done much. I've just tried to be here and assist in any way that you need, because we are so grateful for this opportunity. Yes, stay for the zoo. Also, some people don't know a lot about Staten Island. I think there are a lot of great hidden gems in Staten Island. Snug Harbor. Yes. Ooh, also love it. Yeah, I love the ferry boat ride over. Some people don't like it. I love it. You get like a perfect view of the Statue of Liberty without the tourists. You don't have to pay or anything. Oh,
it's the start. Everyone,
her ears.
Oh my God. She's here. Oh my goodness. Brittany, where are you? Oh my God. Someone make her co-host. She can't unmute herself, and she's the person we're here for.
Hi, friends. Can you hear me, or is there a lot of background noise?
No, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, cool. How's it going?
Going great. It's like we're talking to a celebrity.
Nah, just live down the block,
But we are just at intermission, and I was just telling them a little bit about the campaign, about the movement that we're trying to build. I was just telling them that not only are you running for Congress, but you're a badass, and just that I've loved, every part of like working on the campaign, and it's been so exciting to see all the work that we've already done. But yeah, I don't think I can speak to what we're doing as well as you can. So I think we just want to hear from you.
Oh, well, thank you, Mindy. It's been so amazing to have you on this campaign, and I hope y'all will forgive me if it's a little loud. I might try to move if it gets too crazy. But we are at an art space painting a bunch of banners right now for the campaign. I'll give you a little sneak peek at what we've got going on here. Got the whole crew eating pizza, painting banners.
Let's go.
Yeah, so I'm so grateful for all of you putting this really creative, amazing community event on, and thank you so much for spending your Friday night together in community and being a part of the movement that we're trying to build. For me, I really didn't think that I would run for office. I still, every other day, and I'm like, I'm running for Congress. Like, what? But we launched our campaign over a year ago, actually, technically 527 days ago. I did the math earlier today. Because we knew that Staten Island and South Brooklyn is a place where actually the majority of us want change. And that's a story that is not told enough, right? That's not the story about Staten Island. That's not the narrative or the reputation that we have. But I know that we are actually literally already the majority, but we've been kind of disorganized, counted out, disillusioned because, at least speaking for myself, I wasn't really involved in electoral politics because I was like, none of these people care about us, right? Like for me, it was like Democrats, Republicans, these people don't care about people like us. And that's true when you have people who are these, bought and paid for politicians who, their priorities are about themselves, their political career, and their big donors and corporations. But I really believe that we can have a government that works for us, that is centered around caring for us instead of punishing, right? Is centered around healing instead of destruction. And in my mind, that's bigger than just this campaign, right? This campaign is one step toward that vision, towards that future. But we need many of us in positions at all levels of government and also as organizers, as activists, as artists, right? Doing all of these things with a kind of singular hope and vision that we can work towards together, whatever role we're playing. And so, our slogan, unbought, unbossed, is a reference to the incredible and incomparable Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman ever elected to Congress, from New York, the first Black woman to run for president. And she was a force to be reckoned with. And the reason, a lot of people have said, why didn't you choose something new, something original? And I said, I think that that's part of the problem with politics in the United States is that there's this emphasis on the individual. There's this idea that it should be about you being this shiny person on a pedestal with this nifty original brand and all of that. And I chose that slogan because I wanted to always remember myself that this campaign is not about me, right? It's about all of us. It's about a long legacy of women of color in particular who came before me, who ran for office or who stepped into leadership, not because it was part of their career goal, but because our people were suffering and, we're the leaders we've been waiting for. And so, that's how I think about this. So as far as I'm concerned, this campaign is all of ours. This is about our neighborhoods, our communities, our families, us. And it's really an honor to be a part of it with you all. And I want to leave time if there's any questions. I'm a pretty open book, so don't be shy. But yeah, thanks again for this event and for having me at Intermission.
Thanks, Brittany. You're wonderful.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. I just don't have the words for you because I feel like I only have emotions. When I see you and the movement that you are gathering and encouraging and empowering, I just feel a lot of hope for Staten Island. And, maybe I can only speak for myself. Me, Aaron, and Robin are all from Staten Island. But hope wasn't really a word I would have associated with the environment of Staten Island, and especially as a young person when I was a kid, feel like I'm not seen, So whenever like Brittany posts, whenever Brittany speaks, yeah, I feel a lot of hope. And like, let's get her into Congress, but in like a fucked up chance that she doesn't. I know that she has really lit a fire under the folks of Staten Island who want to make the change and want to make everyone, all the diversity of communities here, feel heard, feel loved, and feel empowered. So thanks, Brittany, for being that beacon of hope, genuinely, for Staten Island.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's right. You know, the numbers are looking really good. We could really win this, y'all. So we need all hands on deck for these last couple weeks. It's just, I mean, it's 13 days till early voting, and it's like, yeah, we're like 14, 15 days away. And so, you know, however many Canvas shifts you can sign up for, if you're able, phone banking, text banking, but especially Canvas shifts. What we are seeing is that, and this is really positive, is that we're actually not having to do a ton of convincing of people. Like, what we need to do is get the word out. And when people know that they have a choice, they're at least curious about us, if not excited. And so we have just a couple more weeks to get the word out to as many people in Staten Island and South Brooklyn as we possibly can. That's why we're working on all these banners today. Our goal tomorrow is to cover as much of Staten Island with our, you know, advertisements of all different varieties as possible to really start to up the visibility. But there is no replacement for people seeing that this really is a movement, right? That this really is something that we're all invested in, we're building together. And I want everyone who's here to feel that sense of ownership of what we're building. Because you're right that, you know, it goes beyond this election. I think that we can win this, but if we don't, I said yes to run because this organizing work needed to be done in general. Think about it. Like, there's almost no movement organizations from like the citywide, statewide, or national that have an organized active base on Staten Island, right? Like, there just hasn't been that investment. But we, like, the reason I use the hashtag so much, we got us, is because we have all of the talent, all of the energy, all of the vision that we need already here amongst us. We just have to get together and build. And, you know, whatever happens with this election, that's what I'm committed to. Whether we win, that's still the work that has to be done, right? And if we lose, that's still the work that has to be done. So I hope all of you will kind of opt in to being a part of helping to build too.
Thank you, Brittany. And that's for everyone. Like, you don't have to be from Staten Island or South Brooklyn to volunteer. Like, all of you are, everyone in the Zoom room is volunteering their time, and we're not all from Staten Island. But yeah, just like get the word out, tell your friends who you know who live in those areas, encourage them to like look into Brittany and, you know, just do the work so that the hope can start spreading, not just to us, right? It can just spread to like through all of Staten Island, through all of the communities that have been historically exploited.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah. And, you know, this district, if you don't live in the district, the reason that it still matters so much is because this district is one of the most flippable in the country. And flipping this district could be the difference between Democrats keeping control of the House or losing control of the House. And, you know, I'm no like raw Democrats person, don't get me wrong, but because to me, it's not about like team red, team blue, right? It is always about the people. And I think sometimes those things get in our way, but at the end of the day, if the Republicans take control of the House, what we're going to see is them lay the groundwork to rig the 2024 presidential election. And I really try to avoid fear mongering, right? I want to stay in the place of possibility and hope and vision, but I think it's important that we're grounded and sober about what we're facing right now. And if that happens, we're facing down full-blown fascism and authoritarianism, right? Like, if they run Trump again and they rig the election, they, you know, further deteriorate voting protections and all of these other things that will allow them to kind of ram someone into that position, whether it's Trump or some other protege. that is going to be very, very bad. But these midterms will decide, right? Like what that fight is for the next 2 years to protect voting rights, to protect election integrity, blah, 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 right? And we're already seeing that the Republicans play a long game, right? They spent 40 years trying to put all those people on the courts, on the thing, right, to end up in this moment where they're just stripping all of our rights. And so we have to be playing the long game too. And right now, every day, I'm waking up thinking about what we do right now is going to have massive national implications in 2024. And so if you're not in this district, you know, that's why it still matters for all of us. And also federal policy, right? Like I'm still fighting for all of us, whether you live in this district or not. And Malliotakis isn't fighting for any of us except for her wealthy
fighting for herself. I don't know what
Yeah.
she did there.
Right.
All right, so time's up is for intermission. But Brittany, thank you so much for hopping into the Zoom room and inspiring us, and just being you, and for being so wonderful. And thank you.
Thank you. Well, I hope I get to watch the recording later. I wish I could have been here for the whole thing, but had to be out talking to voters and getting these banners done. So thank you again, everyone, and have fun the rest of the night.
Thanks, Brittany.
Bye.
Bye. Great. Oh my God, I'm gonna be honest, I was looking at the Discord.
Hi everyone, we are about to get started again. Our donation total jumped up fairly quickly, so if you had a donation that was missed and you'd like to see an incentive, just put how much you donated and what incentive you want in the chat, either on Twitch or YouTube, and we will make sure that happens, and then continue donating. If you want to remain anonymous, that's also completely fine.
All right, shall we get back into it? How are the performers feeling? How are design, tech, production folks feeling?
I'm feeling Team Brittany, baby. Let's go.
Let's go, Team Brittany! Let's get it. All right.
Get hype.
Get hype. Get hype. Get hype. Act 4 and Act 5 are significantly shorter than the 3 acts we've gotten. So yeah, let's do the last bit of Romeo and Juliet, shall we?
Act 4, Scene 1. Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar Lawrence and County Paris.
On Thursday, sir? The time is very short.
My father Capulet will have it so, and I am nothing slow to slack his haste.
You say you do not know the lady's mind. Uneven is this course, I like it not.
Immoderately she weeps for Tybalt's death, and therefore I have little talk of love, for Venus smiles not in a house of tears. Now, sir, her father counts it dangerous that she do not give her sorrow so much sway, and in his wisdom hastes our marriage to stop the inundation of her tears, which, too much minded by herself alone, may be put from her by society. Now, do you know the reason of this haste?
I would I knew not why it should be slowed. Look, sir, here comes the lady towards my cell.
Enter Juliet.
Happily met my lady and my wife.
That may be, sir. When I may be a wife.
That may be must be, love, on Thursday next.
What must shall be.
That's a certain text.
Come you to make confession to this father?
To answer that, I should confess to you.
Do not deny to him that you love me.
I will confess to you that I love him.
So will you, I am sure, that you love me.
If I do it so, it will be of more price being spoke behind your back than to your face.
Poor soul, thy face is much abused with tears.
The tears have got small victory by that, for it was bad enough before their spite.
Thou wrongest it more than tears with that report.
That is no slander, sir, which is a truth, and what I spake it to my face.
Thy face is mine, and thou hast slandered it.
It may be so, for it is not mine own. Or you, at leisure. Holy Father, now, or shall I come to you at evening mass?
My leisure serves me, pensive daughter, now. My lord, we must entreat the time alone.
God shield I should disturb devotion. Juliet, on Thursday early I will rouse you. Till then, adieu, and keep this holy kiss.
Kisses Juliet. He exits.
Oh, shut the door, and when thou hast done so, come weep with me past hope, past care, past help.
Oh, Juliet, I already know thy grief. It strains me past the compass of my wits. I hear thou must, and nothing may prorogue it, on Thursday next be married to this county.
Tell me not, Friar, that thou hearest of this, unless thou tell me how I may prevent it. If in thy wisdom thou canst give no help, do thou but call my resolution wise, and with this knife I'll help it presently.
She shows him her knife.
God joined my heart and Romeo's, though our hands. And ere this hand by thee to Romeo sealed shall be the label to another deed, or my true heart with this treacherous revolt turn to another, this shall slay them both. Therefore, out of thy long experienced time, give me some present counsel, or behold, twixt my extremes, me and this bloody knife shall play the umpire, arbitrating that which the commission of thy years and art could to no issue of true honor bring. Be not so long to speak. I long to die if what thou speak not of remedy.
Hold, daughter, I do spy a kind of hope, which craves as desperate an execution as that is desperate which we would prevent. If, rather than to marry County Paris, thou hast the strength of will to slay thyself, then is it likely thou wilt undertake a thing like death to chide away the shame that caught with death himself to escape from it? And if thou darest, I'll give thee remedy.
Oh, bid me leap rather than marry Paris from off the battlements of any tower, or walk in thievish ways, or bid me lurk where serpents are. Chain me with roaring bears, or hide me nightly in a charnel house, or covered quite with dead men's rattling bones, with reeky shanks and yellow chapless skulls. Or bid me to go into a new-made grave, and hide me with a dead man in his shroud, things that to hear them would have made me tremble, and I will do it without fear or doubt to live an unstained wife. My sweet love.
Hold, then, go home, be merry, give consent to marry Paris. Wednesday's tomorrow night, look that thou lie alone, let not the nurse lie with thee in thy chamber.
Friar Lawrence, holding out a vial.
Take thou this vial, being then in bed, and this distilling liquor drink thou off, when presently thou through all thy veins shall run a cold and drowsy humor, for no pulse shall keep his native progress, but surcease, no warmth, no breath shall testify thou livest. The roses in thy lips and cheeks shall fade to paly ashes, thy eyes' windows fall like death when he shuts up the day of life, each part deprived of supple government shall stiff and stark and cold appear like death, and in this borrowed likeness of shrunk death thou shalt continue 42 hours, and then awake as from a pleasant sleep. Now, when the bridegroom in the morning comes to rouse thee from thy bed, there art thou dead. Then, as the manner of our country is, in thy best robes uncovered on the bier, Thou shalt be borne to that same ancient vault where all the kindred of the Capulets lie. In the meantime, against thou shalt awake. Shall Romeo be my letters know our drift? And hither shall he come, and he and I will watch thy waking. And that very night shall Romeo bear thee hence to Mantua. And this shall free thee from this present shame. If no inconstant toy nor womanish fear abate thy valor in the acting it.
Give me, tell me not of fear.
Friar Lawrence giving Juliet the vial.
Hold, get ye gone, be strong and prosperous in this resolve. I'll send a friar with speed to Mantua with my letters to thy lord.
Love give me strength, and strength shall help afford. Farewell, dear father.
They exit in different directions. Scene 2, a hall in Capulet's estate. Enter Father Capulet, mother, nurse, and serving men 2 or 3.
So many guests invite her, as here are writ. Sierra, go hire me 20 more cunning cooks. Oh, sorry. Go, be gone.
Serving man exits.
What, is my daughter gone to Friar Lawrence?
Aye, forsooth.
Well, he may change to do some good on her. A peevish, self-willed haltry it is.
Enter Juliet.
See where she comes, from shrift with merry look.
How now, my headstrong? Where have you been gating?
Where I have learned me to repent the sin of disobedient opposition to you and your behests, and am enjoined by holy Lawrence to fall prostrate here, to beg your pardon. Pardon, I beseech you. Henceforward I am ever ruled by you.
Send for the county. Go tell him of this. I'll have this knot knit up tomorrow morning.
I met the youthful lord at Lawrence's cell and gave him what becomed love I might, not stepping o'er the bounds of modesty.
Why, I am glad on it. This is well. Stand up.
Juliet rises.
This is as it should be. Let me see the county. Aye, marry, go, I say, and fetch him hither. Now, afore God, this reverend holy friar, all our holy city, is much bound to him.
Nurse, will you go with me into my closet to help me sort such needful ornaments as you think fit to furnish me tomorrow?
No, not till Thursday. There is time enough.
Go, nurse, go with her. We'll to church tomorrow.
Juliet and the nurse exit.
We shall be short in our provision. 'Tis now near night.
Hush, I will stir about, and all things shall be well, I warrant thee, wife. Go thou to Juliet, help to deck up her. I'll not to bed tonight, let me alone. I'll play the housewife for this once. What ho! They're all forth. Well, I think I will walk myself to County Paris to prepare up him against tomorrow. My heart is wondrous light, since this same wayward girl is so reclaimed.
They exit. Scene 3, Juliet's room. Enter Juliet and nurse.
Aye, those attires are best. But, gentle nurse, I pray thee leave me to myself tonight, for I have need of many orisons which to move the heavens to smile upon my estate, which, well, thou knowest, is cross and full of sin.
Enter Lady Capulet.
What, are you busy, Hope? Need you my help?
No, madam. We have culled such necessaries as are behooveful for our state tomorrow. So, please you, let me now be left alone, and let the nurse this night sit up with you, for I am sure you have your hands full all in this so sudden business.
Good night. Get thee to bed and rest, for thou hast need.
Lady Capulet and the nurse exit.
Farewell. God knows when we shall meet again. I have a faint cold fear thrills through my veins that almost freezes up the heat of life. I'll call them back again to comfort me. Nurse! What should she do here? My dismal scene I needs must act alone. Come, vial.
She takes out the vial.
What if this mixture do not work at all? Shall I be morn?
She takes out her knife and puts it down beside her.
No. No, this shall forbid it. Lie thou there. What if it be a poison which the friar subtly hath ministered to have me dead, lest in this marriage he should be dishonored because he married me before to Romeo? I fear it is, and yet methinks it should not, for he hath still been tried a holy man. How if, when I am laid into the tomb, I wake before the time that Romeo come to redeem me? There's a field for point. Shall I not then be stifled in the vault, to whose foul mouth no healthsome air breathes in, and there die strangled ere my Romeo comes? Or if I live, is it not very like the horrible conceit of death and night, together with the terror of the place, as in a vault, an ancient receptacle where for this many 100 years the bones of all my buried ancestors are packed, where bloody Tybalt, yet but green in earth, lies festering in a shroud where, as they say, at some hours in the night spirits resort? Alack, alack! It is not like that I, so early waking with what loathsome smells and shrieks like mandrakes torn out of the earth, that living mortals hearing them run mad. Oh, if I wake, shall I not be distraught, environed with all these hideous fears, and madly play with my forefathers' joints, and pluck the mangled in this rage with some great kinsman's bone, as with a clutch dash out my desperate brains? Look, methinks I see my cousin's ghost seeking out Romeo that did split his body upon a rapier's point. Stay, Tybalt, stay! Romeo, Romeo, Romeo. Here's drink. I drink to thee.
She drinks and falls upon her bed within the curtains. Scene 4, our hall in Capulet's estate. Enter Lady Capulet and nurse.
Hold, take these keys and fetch more spices, nurse.
I call for dates and quinces in the pastry.
Enter old Capulet.
Stir, stir, stir. The second cock hath crowed. The curfew bell has rung. 'Tis 3 o'clock. Look to the baked meats, good Angelica. Spare not for cost.
Go you, Kotkian. Go, get you to bed. Faith, you'll be sick tomorrow, for the night's watching.
No, not a whit. What, have I watched ere now? All night for lesser cause, and never been sick.
Aye, you've been a mouse hunting your time, but I will watch you from such watching now.
Lady Capulet and nurse exit.
A jealous hood, a jealous hood. Good faith 'tis day. The county will be here with music straight.
Music plays.
For so he said he would. I hear him near. Nurse, wife, what ho? What, nurse, I say.
Enter nurse.
Go waken Juliet. Go and trim her up. I'll go and chat with Paris. Hi, make haste. Make haste. The bridegroom, he is up. Come already. Make haste, I say.
He exits. Scene 5, Juliet's room. Nurse approaching the bed.
Mistress? What mistress? Juliet? Fast I warned her, Why, lamb? Why, lady? Fie, you slug a bed. Why, love, I say, madam. Sweetheart, why, bride? What, not a word? You take your pennyworths now? Sleep for a week, for the next night, I warrant the county Paris hath set up his rest. You shall rest but little. God forgive me. Mary, amen. How sound she is asleep. I needs must wake her. Madam, madam, madam. Aye, let the county take you in your bed. He'll fright you up, I faith. Will it not be? What dressed it in your clothes and down again? I must needs awake you, lady. Lady. Alas, help. My lady's dead. Oh, where a day that ever I was born. Some aquavita. Ho, my lord, my lady.
Enter Lady Capulet.
What noise is here?
Oh, lamentable day.
What is the matter?
Look, oh heady day.
Oh me, my child, my only life. Revive, look up, or I will die with thee. Help, call help.
Enter Capulet.
For shame, bring Juliet forth. Her lord is come.
She's dead. Deceased, she's dead. Alack, the day.
Alack the day, she's dead, she's dead, she's dead.
Ah, let me see her. Out alas, she's cold. Her blood is settled and her joints are stiff. Life and these lips have long been separated. Death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all the field.
Oh, lamentable D's nuts.
Oh, woeful time.
Death that had taken her hence and make me wail, ties my tongue and will not let me speak.
Enter Friar Lawrence and the county Paris with the musicians.
Come, is the bride ready to go to church?
Ready to go, but never to return. O son, the night before the wedding day, hath death lain with thy wife. There she lies, flower as she was, deflowered by him. Death is my son-in-law. Death is my heir. My daughter he hath wed. I will die and leave him all. Life, living, all is death's.
Have I thought long to see this morning's face, and doth it give me such a sight as this?
Accursed, unhappy, wretched, hateful day, most miserable hour that e'er time saw, in lasting labor of his pilgrimage. But one poor and loving child, but one thing to rejoice and solace in, and cruel death has catched it from my sight.
Woe, oh woeful day, most lamentable day, oh woeful day, that ever I did behold, oh day, oh hateful day. I never was seen a day as this, oh woeful day, oh woeful day.
Beguiled, divorced, wronged, spited, slain, most detestable death by thee beguiled, by cruel, thee quite overthrown. Oh love, oh life, not life, but love and death.
Despised, distressed, hated, martyred, killed, uncomfortable time. Why campst thou now to murder our solemnity? O child, my soul and not my child, death art thou, alack, my child is dead, and with my child my joys are buried.
Peace, ho, for shame. Confusion's cure lives not. In these confusions, heaven and yourself had part in this fair maid. Now heaven hath all, and all the better is it for the maid. Your part in her you could not keep from death, but heaven keeps his part in eternal life. The most you sought was her promotion, for 'twas your heaven she should be advanced, and weep you now, seeing she is advanced above the clouds as high as heaven itself? Oh, in this love you love your child so ill that you run mad, seeing that she is well. She's not well married that lives married long, but she's best married that dies married young. Dry up your tears and stick your rosemary in this fair course, and as the custom is, and in her best array, bear her to church. For though fond nature bids us all lament, yet nature's tears are reason's merriment.
All things that we ordained festival turn off from their office to black funeral, our instruments to melancholy bells, our wedding cheer to a sad burial feast, our solemn hymns to sullen dirges change, our bridal flowers to serve for a buried corpse, and all things change them to the contrary.
Sir, go you in, and madam, go with him, and go, Sir Paris, everyone prepare to follow this fair course unto her grave. The heavens do lower upon you, and for some ill, move them no more by crossing their high will.
All exit. Act 5, Scene 1, Mantua, a street. Enter Romeo.
Sorry, y'all. I have a lot of setup for this one. If I may trust the flattering truth of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead. Strange, dream that gives a dead man leave to think, and breathed such life with kisses in my lips that I revived and was an emperor. Oh God. Ah me, how sweet is love itself possessed. Thank you so much for the heart, Carol, because I do feel like a jackass right now. Ah me, how sweet is love itself possessed when but love's shadows are so rich in joy.
Enter Romeo's man, Balthasar, in riding boots.
News from Verona. How now, Balthasar? Dost thou not bring me letters from the friar? How doth my lady? Is my father well? How doth my Juliet? That I ask again, for nothing can be ill if she be well.
Then she is well and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Capel's monument, and her immortal part of the angels live. I saw her laid low in her kindred's vault, and presently took post to tell you. Oh, pardon me for bringing these ill news, sir.
Is it e'en so? Then I deny you, stars. Get me ink and paper and hire post horses. I will hence tonight.
I do beseech you, sir, have patience. Your looks are pale and wild and do import some misadventure.
Tush, thou art deceived. Leave me and do the thing I bid thee do. Hadst thou no letters to me from the friar?
No, my good lord.
No matter. Get thee gone and hire those horses. I'll be with thee straight.
Balthasar exits.
Well, Juliet, I will lie with thee tonight. Let's see for me. Oh, mischief, thou art swift to enter the thoughts of desperate men. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts he dwells. Meager were his looks. Sharp misery had worn him to the bones, and his needy shop of tortoise hun and alligator stuffed and other skins of ill-shaped fishes, green earthen pots, bladders and musty seeds, remnants of packed thread and old cake of roses were thinly scattered to make up a show. Noting this penury to myself, I said, and if a man did need a poison now, whose sale is present death in Mantua, here lies a wretch that sell it him. Oh, the same thought did before run my need, and the same needy man must sell it me. As I remember, this should be the house. What ho, apothecary?
Enter apothecary.
Oh, so loud.
Come hither, man. I see thou art poor.
He offers money.
Hold, there is 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison, such soon speeding gear as will disperse itself through all the veins, that the life-weary may be charged of breath as violently as hasty powdered fired. Doth hurry from the fatal cannon's wound.
Such moral drugs I have, but Matins' law is death to any that utters them.
Famine is in thy cheeks. Need and oppression starveth in thy eyes. Contempt and beggary hangs upon thy back. The world is not thy friend, nor the world's law. The world affords no law to make thee rich. Then be not poor, but break it and take this.
My property, but not my will, consent.
I pay thee poverty, and not thy will.
Put this in any liquid thing you will drink. You will and drink of it. And if you had the strength of 20 men, it will distract you. It will dispatch you straight. Sorry.
No, Rose, you did beautifully. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
It's fine.
It was great. There is thy gold, worst poison to men's souls, doing more murder in this loathsome world than these poor compounds that thou mayst not sell. I sell thee poison, thou hast sold me none. Farewell. Buy food and get thyself in flesh.
Apothecary exits.
Come, cordial and not poison, go with me. To Juliet's grave, for there must I use thee.
He exits. Scene 3, Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar John.
Holy Franciscan Friar, Brother Ho.
Enter Friar Lawrence.
Welcome from Mantua. What says Romeo? Or if his mind be writ, give me his letter.
Going to find a barefoot brother out, one of our order, to associate me here in this city, visiting the sick. In finding him, the searchers of the town, suspecting that we both were in a house where the infectious pestilence did reign, sealed up the doors and would not let us forth, so that my speed to Mantua there was stayed.
Who bare my letter then to Romeo?
I could not send it. Here it is again.
Friar John returning the letter.
Nor get a messenger to bring it to thee. So fearful were they of infection.
Unhappy fortune. By my brotherhood, the letter was not nice, but full of charge of dear import, and the neglecting it made you much danger. Friar John, go hence, get me an iron crow, and bring it straight unto my cell.
Brother, I'll go and bring it to thee.
He exits.
Now I must to the monument alone, with peace. With us 3 hours will fair Juliet wake. She will beshrew me much that Romeo hath had no notice of these accidents, but I will write again to Mantua, and keep her at my cell till Romeo come. Poor living corse, closed in a dead man's tomb.
He exits. Scene 3, a vast cemetery in an ancestral tomb belonging to the Capulets. Enter Paris and his page.
Give me thy torch, boy, hence and stand aloof. Yet put it out, for I would not be seen. Under yon yew trees lay thee all along, holding thy ear close to the hollow grounds. Whistle to me then, as signal as thou hearest something approach. Give me those flowers, do as I bid thee, go.
Page aside.
I am almost afraid to stand alone here in the churchyard. Yet I will adventure.
He moves away from Paris. Paris scattering flowers.
Sweet flower with flowers thy bridal bed I strew. Oh, woe thy canopy is dust and stones, with which sweet water nightly I will do. I'm not even going to try that word. That I for thee will keep nightly shall be to stew thy grave and weep.
Page whistles.
The boy gives warning something doth approach. What cursed foot wanders this way tonight to cross my, it's the same word, and true love's right.
He steps aside. Enter Romeo and Balthasar.
Hold, take this letter. Early in the morning, see thou deliver to my lord and father. Give me thy light. Upon thy life I change thee. Whatever thou hearest or seest, stand all aloof, and do not interrupt me in my course. Why I descend into this bed of death is partly to behold my lady's face. Therefore hence be gone. But if thou jealous dost return, pry in what I farther shall intend to do. By heaven, I will tear thee joint by joint, and strew this hungry churchyard with thy limbs. The time and my intents are savage, wild, more fierce, and more exorable far than empty tigers with the roaring sea.
I will be gone, sir, and not trouble you.
So shalt thou show me friendship. Take that.
Romeo giving money.
Live and be prosperous, and farewell.
For all this time, I'll hide me here about his looks, I fear, and his intents, I doubt.
He steps aside. Romeo beginning to force open the tomb.
The detestable maw, the womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth. Thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and despite I'll cram thee with more food.
This is that banished haughty Montague that murdered my love's cousin. With which grief is the fair creature died. And here is to come to do some villainous shame to the dead bodies. I will apprehend him.
Paris stepping forward.
Stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Montague. Can vengeance be pursued further than death? Condemned villain, I do apprehend thee. Obey and go with me, for thou must die.
I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. Good gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man. Fly hence and leave me. Think upon these gone. Let them affright thee. I beseech thee, youth. Put not another sin upon my head by urging me to fury. Oh, be gone. By heaven, I love thee better than myself, for I come hither armed against myself. Stay not, be gone, live. And hereafter say, a madman's mercy bid thee run away.
I do defy thy commination and apprehend thee for a felon here.
Wilt thou provoke me? Then have at thee, boy.
They draw and fight.
Oh Lord, they fight. I will go call the watch.
He exits.
Oh, I am slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb. Lay me with Juliet.
He dies.
In faith, I will. Let me peruse this face. Mercutio's kinsman, noble county Paris. What said my man when my betossed soul did not attend me as we rode? I think he told me Paris should have married Juliet. Said he not so? Or did I dream it so? Or am I mad, hearing him talk of Juliet to think it was so? Oh, give me thy hand, one writ with me in sour misfortunes. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave.
He opens the tomb.
A grave? Oh, no, a lantern. Slaughtered youth, for here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence full of light. Death lie thou there, by a dead man interred.
Romeo laying Paris in the tomb.
How oft when men are at the point of death have they been married, which their keepers call a lightning before death. Oh, how may I call this a lightning? Oh, my love, my wife. Death that hath sucked the honey of thy breath hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Thou art not conquered. Beauty's inside yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheek, and death pale's flag is not advanced there. Tybalt, liest thou there in thy bloody sheet? Oh, what more favor can I do to thee than with that hand that cut thy youth in twain to sunder this his that was thine enemy? Forgive me, cousin. Ah, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean, abhorred monsters keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For I fear of that I still will stay with thee, never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here I will remain with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set upon my everlasting rest and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-wearied flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, oh you, the doors of breath, seal the righteous kiss, a dateless bargain to engrossing death.
Romeo kisses Juliet.
Come, bitter conduct, come, unsavory guy. Thou desperate pilot, now at once run on the dashing rocks of thy seasick, weary bark. Here's to my love.
He drinks.
O true apothecary, thy drugs are quick. Thus with a kiss, I die.
He dies. Enter Friar Lawrence with lantern, crow, and spade.
Saint Francis be my speed. How oft tonight have my old feet stumbled at graves. Who's there?
Here's one, a friend, and one that knows you well.
Bliss be upon you. Tell me, good my friend, what torch is yon that vainly lends his light to grubs and eyeless skulls? As I discern, it burneth in the Capel's monument.
It doth so, holy sir, and there's my master, one that you love.
Who is it?
Romeo.
How long hath he been there?
Full half an hour.
Go with me to the vault.
I dare not, sir. My master knows not, but I am gone hence, and fearfully did menace me with death if I did stay to look on his intents.
Stay then, I'll go alone. Fear comes upon me, oh, much I fear some ill, unthrifty thing.
As I did sleep under this yew tree here, I dreamt my master and another fought, and that my master slew him.
Friar Lawrence moving toward the tomb.
Romeo, alack, alack, what blood is this which stains the stony entrance of this sepulchre? What mean these masterless and gory swords to lie discolored by this place of peace? Romeo, oh pale, who else? What, Paris too, and steeped in blood? Oh, what an unkind hour is guilty of this lamentable chance. The lady stirs.
Oh, comfortable friar, where is my lord? I do remember well where I should be, and there I am. Where is my Romeo?
I hear some noise. Lady, come from that nest of death, contagion, and unnatural sleep. A greater power than we can contradict hath thwarted our intents. Come away. Thy husband in thy bosom there lies dead, and Paris too. Come, I'll dispose of thee among a sisterhood of holy nuns. Stay not to question, for the watch is coming. Come, go, good Juliet. I dare no longer stay.
Oh, get thee hence, for I will not away.
Friar Lawrence exits.
What's here? A cup closed in my true love's hand? Poison, I see, hath been his timeless end. O churl, drunk all, and left no friendly drop to help me after. I will kiss thy lips, haply some poison yet doth hang on them, to make me die with the restorative.
She kisses him.
Thy lips are warm.
Enter Paris's page and watch.
Lead, boy, which way?
Yea, noise? Then I'll be brief. O happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There rust, and let me die.
She takes Romeo's dagger, stabs herself, and dies.
This is the place. There where the torch doth burn.
The ground is bloody. Search about the churchyard. Go, some of you. Whoever you find, attach.
Some watchmen exit.
Pitiful sight. Here lies the county slain, and Juliet bleeding, warm and newly dead, who here hath lain these 2 days buried. Go, tell the prince, run to the Capulets, raise up the Montagues, some others search.
Others exit.
We see the ground whereon these woes do lie, but the true ground of all these piteous woes we cannot without circumstance descry.
Enter watchman with Romeo's man Balthasar.
Here's Romeo's man. We found him in the churchyard.
Hold him in safety till the prince come hither.
Enter Friar Lawrence.
Here's a friar that trembles, sighs, and weeps. We took this mattock and this spade from him as he was coming from the church's side.
Enter the prince with attendants.
Sorry. What misadventure is so early up that calls our person from our morning rest?
Enter Capulet and Lady Capulet.
What should it be that is so shrieked about abroad?
Oh, the people in the street cry, Romeo, some Juliet, and some Paris, and I'll run with open outcry towards our monument.
What fear is this which startles in our ears?
Sovereign, here lies the County Paris slain, and Romeo dead, and Juliet dead before, warm and new killed.
Search, seek, and know how this foul murder comes.
Here's a friar, and slaughtered Romeo's man, with instruments upon them fit to open these dead men's tombs.
Oh heavens, oh wife, look how our daughter bleeds. This dagger hath mistaken, for lo, his house is empty on the back of Montague, and it missheathed my daughter's bosom.
Oh me, the sight of death is as a bell that warns my old age to a sepulchre.
Enter Montague.
Montague, for thou art early up to see thy son and heir now early down.
Alas, my liege, my wife is dead tonight. Grief of my son's exile hath stopped her breath. What further woe conspires against mine age?
Look, and thou shalt see.
Montague, seeing Romeo dead.
Oh, thou untaught! What manners is in this to press before thy father to a grave?
Seal up the mouth of outrage for a while till we can clear these ambiguities and know their spring, their heed, their true descent. And then will I be general of your woes and lead you even to death. Meantime, forbear and let mischance be a slave to patience. Bring forth the parties of suspicion.
I am the greatest, able to do least, yet most suspected, as the time and place doth make against me of this direful murder. And here I stand, both to impeach and purge myself condemned and myself excused.
Then say at once what thou dost know in this.
Romeo, there dead, was husband to that Juliet, and she, there dead, that Romeo's faithful wife. I married them, and their stolen marriage day was Tybalt's doomsday, whose untimely death banished the new made bridegroom from this city, for whom, and not for Tybalt, Juliet pined. You, to remove the siege of grief from her betrothed, and would have married her perforce to County Paris. Then comes she to me, and with wild looks bid me to devise some mean to rid her from this second marriage, or in my cell there she would kill herself. Then I gave her, so tutored by my art, a sleeping potion, which so took effect as I intended, for it wrought on her the form of death. Meantime, I writ to Romeo that he should hither come as this dire night to help to take her from her borrowed grave, being the time the potion's force should cease. But he which bore my letter was stayed by accident, and yesternight returned my letter back. Then all alone at the prefixed hour of her waking came I to take her from her kindred's vault, meaning to keep her closely at my cell till I conveniently could send to Romeo. But when I came some minute ere the time of her awakening, her untimely lay the noble Paris and true Romeo dead. She wakes, and I entreated her, come forth and bear this work of heaven with patience. But then a noise did scare me from the tomb, and she, too desperate, would not go with me, but, as it seems, did violence on herself. All this I know, and the marriage of her nurse is privy, and if aught in this miscarried by my fault, let my old life be sacrificed some hour before this time unto the rigor of the severest law.
We still have known thee for a holy man. Where's Romeo's man? What can he say to this?
Brought my master news of Juliet's death, and then in post he came from Mantua to the same place, to the same monument. This letter he early bid me give his father, and threatened me with death, going into the vault, if I departed not and left him there.
Give me the letter. I will look on it.
He takes Romeo's letter.
Where's the county's page? Sirrah, what made your master in this place?
He came with flowers to strew his lady's grave, and bid me to stand aloof, and so I did. Anon comes one with light to ope the tomb, and by my master drew on him, and then I ran away to call the watch.
This letter doth make good the friar's words, their course of love, the tidings of her death, and here he writes that he did buy a poison of a poor apothecary, and therewithal came to this vault to die and lie with Juliet. Where be these enemies? Capulet, Montague, see what a scourge is laid upon your hate, that heaven finds means to kill your joys with love, and I, for winking at your discords too, have lost a brace of kinsmen, all are punished.
Oh, brother Montague, give me thy hand. This is my daughter's join turn, and no more can I demand.
But I can give thee more. For I will ray her statue in pure gold, that whiles Verona by that name is known, there shall no figure at such rate be set as that of true and faithful Juliet.
As rich shall Romeo's by his ladies lie, poor sacrifices for our enmity.
A glooming peace this morning with it brings, the sun for sorrow will not show its head. Go hence to have more talk of these sad things. Some shall be pardoned and some punished, for never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo.
All exit. End of play.
Sorry, y'all, it takes a while to take off the tape. Thank you all for joining us for this reading. We do have a post-show talkback. I understand that it is very late. If people in the cast and design and production, tech, creative need to go, you are more, please go. And folks in the audience, please go. People in the cast, please go. But if you want to stay around for the post-show talkback, we're going to take a very short break. And then talk about what we just did. All right, I'll see you all in a bit. Wait, I come back just in time and I'm greeted by, because I couldn't say this during, L parenting from the nobles of Verona. And then Mindy, bless you, says, I was having the same exact thought. Or about the epic MCR moment. I don't know.
L to the parents of Verona is the moral, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
L parents for real, bro.
L for realsies.
L parents.
Yeah.
Period. Oh wait, I need to close the door.
Did you like the choice of post-show music that was chosen by a bunch of people in the cast and crew and team?
All the emos in the chat voted, and we said play MCR.
Aaron, can you show the pin that's on Juliet's shirt?
There are so many.
The one that's relevant to Helena. Or My Chemical Romance.
Oh!
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah,
oh no,
nice.
I disappeared. Wait, hold on. There we go. Yeah. Album cover, baby.
Can I get a black heart in the chat for the emos? Woo! Damn right you can. Yeah, I'll pass it, I guess, over to Mark. Before that, I guess Kelty, Mindy, anyone in the Zoom room, if anyone has questions, let Mindy, Kelty know. And Marcy, I hand it off to you.
Amazing. Okay, so hi y'all. My name is Mars. My pronouns are they, them. I'm going to be leading this little post-show talkback. If you're still here with us, thank you for staying. I think we should probably just start with going around and introducing who exactly we are and what we did. So like name, pronouns, role. We could start with Alesha. And oh wait, no, Alesha's gone. No, Alesha's there. Let's start with Alesha.
Oh my god.
And then we'll just like go around because the screen order should be the same.
Okay. Hi. My name is Alesha Borbo Kilayko. I use she, they pronouns. You probably know me best at this moment for playing Romeo. And I did a lot of things for this reading, so much so that I don't want to list them all, but I did a lot. I helped bring it together. I'll pass it on to Marielle.
Hello, my name's Marielle. I use she, her pronouns. I just read for Nurse. That's all I did really. And Watchmen and Greg at the beginning, but yeah.
And she crushed it, every single one of them.
Oh, I also had a hand in picking Helena for the last song, so.
Yeah, I think Marielle was the first one who got the vote in, and I was like, I already know this is gonna be the song. If Marielle's choosing it, we know it's gonna be the song.
I'm Maya. You can use she, her pronouns for me. I played Paris and also Sampson at the beginning. And yeah, just extra shout outs to Alesha for super carrying a lot of the production stuff, including abridging the text, which I was supposed to help for and then got lazy. So
that's okay. It's okay. Yo, wife, it's your turn.
Oh, gang.
My wife, but okay.
Okay.
First of all, no, I'm not. First of all, I'm Romeo's wife. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's
go.
If there is one fan of Romeo, it is me. If there are no fans of Romeo, I have died, and I did. So anyway, I'm Aaron. I use he, him pronouns. I just played Juliet. That's all I did. Alesha and everyone else in production did a whole bunch of stuff in order to make sure I didn't look awful and stupid during the whole thing. And I appreciate everyone so much, especially Alesha for asking me to do this. So.
Okay, can we take a moment to say that Aaron said just Juliet? Okay. Stupid. Respectfully, I say that
character.
I say that with so much love in my heart for you. I just want you to know you did beautiful.
Yeah, like he didn't do the best job ever.
Yeah, for real. Let's go. What we're do is do Kelty, Marge, Drea, and then Mindy.
Oh, I didn't think I was introducing myself. Hi, everybody. I'm Kel. I go by, I guess, she, they pronouns, and I was moderating the Twitch chat and enjoying the show.
You have to dab now.
Hello. Like I said, my name is Mars. My pronouns are they, them. I played Lady Capulet and then also did a bunch of production stuff. And there's a donation for Drea, who's next.
Hi, I'm Drea.
Yes! Someone did it!
My pronouns are she, they. I did the prince, some random old Capulet or something, and then I helped out with production with like the tech side of the OBS and making sure that this was streamed to multiple
Drea is
platforms.
the reason that we have a live stream. So thank you to them very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll go Mindy and then Nini. I didn't know you have rights again, so you can talk after Mindy, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Mindy, she, her pronouns. Tonight I was monitoring the YouTube chat and also taking in a truly masterful performance.
Well, I guess I have to talk now.
Yes.
I am transgender and having a small crisis. I use they, them pronouns. Nini or Ara, either one is fine. LMAO. I did some live stream stuff. Did a little OBS fucking around and finding out. Also helped with the graphics language of the show. So, yeah.
Nini did so much, and we love them.
They're super dope.
Yep, cool.
Nini and Ara, super dope.
Yes, love them so much. All right, so we have a few questions just to ask like the cast and the crew. And if you guys have any questions, send it to, I guess, Kelt, Ara, or Mindy in the respective chats of the platform in which you are viewing this. We can start with our first question, which is the question that is in our Padlet guest book, is what is the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet?
I'll go. Sorry. I like, are we just, wait, I'm sorry. Can I clarify first?
Yeah.
Are we just like chit-chatting about like how we personally felt about it?
Yeah, we're just chatting. So basically it's like chatting about kind of just like us and our entire process so that the people watching kind of just notice who the people are who made this thing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Then also like, what's your personal takeaway of, if you had to name a tragedy or the tragedy of the script, what would it be, or text?
Yeah, I think for me, a lot of people will talk about this, but there's like such a breakdown of communication in this play. And so many people like talk about it at the end, especially because like so much stuff goes wrong, but there's like so much even at the beginning of this that like, there's just no one who's really willing to hear anyone else out. Like everyone feels like they're justified in what they're doing. They're like, well, my cousin died, so your cousin has to die, or like, you know, it just keeps going. Whereas like no one, not even the like I mean the townspeople are over it, but no one's really invested in having like any real resolution to this, because even the townspeople are like, just get rid of them and that'll fix the problem. Like, no, it won't. It's so bad.
Yeah, I definitely agree that miscommunication and like cycles of violence and thinking the solution to violence is more violence is definitely a major component. I think this play is so mistaught in high school to the point where a lot of people take away like these people just met and they think they're in love and they're stupid. But in the world of the play where Juliet literally doesn't have a choice in who she marries and like, you know, her father just making decisions for her and her mother like not standing up for her, and then even like the character of the nurse like advising what may be best for like her position in society at the time but not taking her feelings into account. It's just very for me the tragedy is like the lack of choice that even like higher class women just don't have.
To piggyback off of that a little bit, mostly because I have to go, but I do want to put a little bit of 2 cents in. Yeah, it's weird because no one has a choice, but then like super no one has a choice in that they don't super give context for like the Montague Capulet rivalry. And so in a way I have this weird feeling that like if you asked both Montague and Capulet, the men, like, why are you fighting, why is there beef in here, they'd probably just be like, well, my grandfather hated him and then my dad hated him, so then I figured I'm supposed to hate. Like, I think no one has a choice in that, like, no one really considered the fact that they had a choice. And so it's really cool when Romeo and Juliet, who I still personally think were really stupid and went really hard and fast, like way too quickly with what they were doing. It is still cool because like who are supposed to be like the most naive and like thoughtless people were the people that actually made a decision in the show that like wasn't based off of prior things. Like, yeah, maybe you figure if they knew off the bat, like before meeting each other, that like that's a Montague, that's a Capulet, maybe the story wouldn't happen. But because they didn't know beforehand and then they found out after and then still decided like, no, but I still love this person, this feeling is still real, I'm still going to pursue this even though like technically I'm not supposed to do that. It's interesting because they've become like the first people to make a choice, and in some cases arguably the only people to make like an actual like personal choice about like what they actually want for themselves. And I'm gonna go, but this was great.
Thanks, Aaron. Does anyone else want to share their thoughts before I share my thought?
I've always sort of read it as almost a generational trauma story of like, you know, like inheriting the sins of our fathers and things like that, and sort of how Aaron said, like they might not even know what the rivalry is about, and it's just something about like the way that things are passed down to us without, you know, like almost without our consent. You know, like there was no reason for Romeo and Juliet to have this rivalry, and yet because of the, you know, this generational issue, you know, it ultimately results in their deaths. And that's always sort of how I've seen it.
The tragedy of Romeo and Juliet for me is that all of the young people are suffering because of the arrogance that the adults have, and because of the systems that be in their society and the systemic realities of this ancestral feud that no one understands, but they do it anyway. And it's this arrogance, ignorance, and how the young people are the ones who are suffering the most, quite literally, because 6 of them are dead and the other one is alive and suffering through survivor's guilt at like the tender age of like 16. Yeah, so to me it's really about the young people of this play.
Awesome. Yeah, I think like when you first like brought up the idea of doing this, you had like paragraphs and paragraphs of like Romeo and Juliet analyses and how like the play itself is like a representation of like the world that we live in right now and like the current political climate and how it like resonates with like your beliefs and like Brittany's beliefs and why it's so connected. Yeah, so shout out to you for that because I do think that it's very like well thought out and like very well, like the themes are very poignant, I guess that's the word. We have another question from chat. One of the crowd quote is asking, what was the logic behind the incentive prices? They have strange numbers and we're intrigued.
Who wants to answer? I don't want this to be the Alesha talks about Romeo and Juliet show because I can do that, but I don't want to do it here.
I remember some of them because I did ask you this. The 1587, that number I think is the year that Romeo and Juliet was written or first performed, one of the two. I can't remember.
1597.
97. I got the number wrong. Yeah, I can't read. And then I know that, oh gosh, let me pull up the donation incentives list so I can actually go down the numbers and explain them. One moment.
They're all related to Shakespeare. Just like spoiler. Like 98% of them are related to Shakespeare. 1% is related to this current year and because of Brittany. And 1 year is this was really stupid. But 1 year is related to the Stonewall riots in New York City because that was the limp wrist thing. Oh my God, I did a spoiler for the limp wrist. I'm so sorry. You can do the Shakespeare, do the Shakespeare dates.
Yeah, so let's see. So the 15s, which is probably what they're asking about the most, because those are very, very specific. 1540 is for Shakespeare's 154 sonnets. 1582 is the year that Shakespeare and his wife, Anne Hathaway, who I firmly believe is still the current Anne Hathaway because they look exactly the same.
It is.
That's when they got married. 1585 is when they had their twins. 1589 is when Shakespeare started producing his well-known works. 18 is the sonnet number, it's sonnet 18, the How I Shall Compare Thee to a Summer's Day. 1969, that's the Stonewall riots. 38 is the number of plays that Shakespeare has written, and then 4766 is the number of lines in Romeo and Juliet. Let's see.
I did not think someone was gonna pay $47.60 for someone to do the Macarena, and then it was me.
I was surprised at the Pig Latin. I was like, whoa.
I was also surprised.
I thought it was a joke.
Wait, the Pig Latin one is the 4766.
We do
Thank
have
God it wasn't Aaron. Thank God it wasn't Aaron, who's fluent in Pig Latin.
Last minute donation from my mom, who's currently 8 hours ahead behind. I don't know. She's in a really stupid time zone. But it was $10. Can I still speak in a British accent for her?
Yes, of course
Okay.
you may. Yes, of course
I'm
you
gonna
may.
wait to answer a question in a British accent then.
Cool. One more question then, or another question just came in, so that's perfect timing. From Slip, love you. How did the partnership with Brittany come about, and what was the cast's favorite part of it overall?
Speak to that because I'm the one who initiated it. So ye old August 2021, a colleague at one of my jobs knows Brittany. I won't disclose their information because that feels weird for me. But they knew Brittany, they knew each other very well. They're both community organizers and just like doing super rad things. in their respective jobs, obviously. And he just texted me one day and they're like, hey, I know this person really well and they're running for Staten Island, like a super, I personally don't like the term progressive because people just slap on words and think that's enough. But Brittany cares about the people. So I guess how does it. They said to me, Brittany cares about the people and that's why she's running, right? And then I found out she's like a combat veteran and a femme of color, Afro-Latina Staten Islander. And I was like, oh my God, I want them to be this, like, I want them to be my best friend. And he was doing a small fundraiser for Brittany and invited me and another person who was from Staten Island just to talk about our experience with Staten Island and why we think Brittany is great. And from there, I just learned about Brittany, followed her social media, learned about her campaign more and more. And one summer's day this year, I reached out. I tried to reach out to as many Brittany people as I could. And then I saw, because I was signing up to do some volunteer shifts, I saw that there was like this little option being like, do an event, fundraising an event for Brittany. And I had this idea already that I wanted to do for a while. And then Mindy reached back to me, which I was so happy about. And that's how it happened.
Also, from people who aren't Alesha's perspective, we were added to a very mysterious Discord server and we had no information for a little bit. And then Alesha sprung the idea on us and everyone was down because we love Alesha and they specifically sought out Shakespeare nerds also, but not annoying Shakespeare nerds specifically.
Yeah, only cool Shakespeare nerds who don't treat it like elitist shit. Basically that was me just inviting like my buds who I thought would think it would be fun.
Muted. To answer that second question about what the favorite part of it was, is that Discord. It was really cool to sort of have that community of like fellow Shakespeare nerds. And we bonded over a lot of ridiculous things that didn't have to do with Shakespeare. But it was just really nice. And like I was like really busy, so I didn't get to interact as much as I wanted to, but just like finishing my day and reading through like all of the notifications was just one of the highlights of like the past 2 months.
I didn't know that. I didn't realize you were reading them.
Yeah, of course, dude.
I don't know. No, I am in your life, but I'm not in your life from your perspective. I'm tired. I love you.
I love you too.
I love you. I'll never stop loving you, bitch. Am I allowed to say that? Oh, we've said other curses.
We said the F word multiple times.
We said the F word a couple times.
You did also disclaim, whether you realized it or not, at the beginning of the stream when you said that it's gonna, because it's live and unrehearsed, there's gonna be some cursey words. Yeah, so
I did say that. That feels like years ago. That feels like
Twitch
years
stream
ago.
is also marked as for mature audiences. The YouTube channel is marked as not for kids. So
great. I'll never stop loving you. I'll never stop loving you, bitch.
Bitch.
I feel like Shakespeare says bitch too, so I think it's fine.
Yeah. Shakespeare knows what's up.
I can't backtrack that, but I could believe it.
I can believe it.
Does anyone else want to answer the second question of favorite part overall?
Well, I got a speaking a British accent, so
let's go, Bridgerton. Let's go, Bridgerton. Let's go.
I think oh god, I lost the accent so fast. It wasn't the full donation. That's gonna count as the $10 worth of British accent. I tried my best.
So good. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
No, but my favorite part was just like a lot of what Kelt said, but also just the willingness to make it work. Like just pinging random people at random times of day and being like, hey, can you do this thing? And then like people would respond when they could and stuff. And like for basically the entire God, what has it been, like last month and a half, we've all just been like doing our silly little tasks for each other, and it's a really fun way of coming together. And I had this realization earlier, and I told Mars, I was like, this is the first time where I've been in like a creative position where I haven't really had to sacrifice anything, because everything that I wanted to do ended up being realistic. Which like never happens and is a super cool thing. Like all of the stuff that we were able to do with the live stream and having the donation incentives. And I don't have my Zoom background installed because I didn't know if I would be able to be on camera or not. But doing all of that design work and executing it in the way that we had planned was really, really cool.
For me, it was also the sort of Discord community. Like some people, like, you know, meeting for the first time in the Discord, some people just getting to know them better. Like there are people I knew from like Hollow, shout out the Hollow people, or from D&D, but actually being able to like work on something creative was fun. And then also costumes was really fun, and seeing everyone's costumes posted in chat for the first time, because you know, they're all just clothes from our closet for the most part, except for the glasses, which are from Claire's. I dropped it on the floor, but I'm never wearing them again. So yeah, that was fun for me.
For me, there's a two-parter. So there's the like Brittany part, and then like the coordination of it all. The Brittany part is that I was really moved by how called to Brittany's movement everyone was, you know, and that was really amazing. I think that speaks to Brittany and what she is growing and nurturing with folks like Mindy, you know, and all these volunteers. So that was really what, like, some people would just like would chat me being like, wow, Brittany's so cool, and like talked about like what they connected with this part, and like they connected at that part of Brittany's story, Brittany's mission. And I was like, wow, this is really awesome. For the coordination part, I was really, this is like gonna take a while to process, but I was really deeply moved that everyone was so excited to do it. Because like all of this wouldn't have happened if like no one wanted to do it. I'd be like, okay, good night. Like that was a good, we can just use this mysterious Discord to talk to each other now, you know, but like everyone was so down to do it. And I'm really grateful to everyone here and to everyone who's a part of the Discord that got a cryptic message from me and then found out what that initially entailed, and then it evolved in like such a way and has stuck with it, you know, and I'm really grateful.
Well, I think that is a really sweet sentiment to end this on, because it is very late. And I'm sure everyone else is tired and wants to take a long sleep. But thank you so much to the people watching, to the people who donated. Oh, Mindy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just before we leave really quickly, I just again wanted to extend my deepest of thank yous to all of you for being here tonight, for volunteering your time and your energy. I cannot tell you enough what a positive experience this has been for me. Just from the very beginning, Alesha, you've been wonderful in every way imaginable. And I was so excited to be a part of this with all of you tonight. And I feel that I did very little work on my end. You guys did the majority of the work. And I just want to thank you all so much for that. And I will leave my email in the chat. So if you guys, if there is anything you want to follow up on, if anyone has any questions about the campaign, if anyone has any questions about like more volunteer opportunities, please reach out to me. And I would love to do something like this with you guys again in the future, because there's been nothing but a positive experience.
So happy to hear that. Thank you for everything, Mindy.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to do this again. And one of the first things we started talking about in that Discord, we introduced each other, ourselves to each other with our name, our pronouns, and our favorite Shakespeare play. So we have a whole list of Shakespeare that we could potentially go through.
Yay!
Yeah, no, Alesha, do you wanna share the total amount that we raised?
I do want to share because that's a fucking big number. What the fuck? What the fuck, everybody? I set that goal number as a semi-joke, and wow. Oh my god. Everyone, we raised $1,037.61 for Team Brittany. That is wild. So, yeah, so much gratitude, everyone. Quick, someone donate 8 cents.
Crying.
Crying. Okay, Maya, don't ruin the tenderness. The 8 cents.
Like you donate 8 cents on Act Blue, I feel like it wouldn't.
I don't think that'll literally cost. You have stuck around. It's 10 minutes till midnight. And for the cast and the teams and everyone here, I love you all very much and thank you.
P.S. Twitch chat wants your Romeo and Juliet analysis.
Do they really? I would love to talk because, like, guys, this. I see the Zoom chat is 5 hours and 36 minutes. I can talk about Romeo and Juliet longer for that. So please, yes. That's why I'm like, I'm not going to talk too much because then I'll talk too much.
We have been live for 4 hours and 42 minutes as well.
We're like actual streamers.
Look at us go. Putting that $20 Streamlabs Prime subscription to use.
We did it, y'all. We did it. Okay. Good night, everyone. Thank you.